Mangala University of Technology, Krungthep, Thailand, with the topic AI and Human Collaboration in Teaching and Learning, with the moderator Ibu Fitri Awaliatus Salihah, MPD. And invited speaker to Dr. Shin Ying Lin from National Pingtung University, Taiwan, with the topic The Impact of AI Platform and Coursera-based Information on Academic Outcomes and Learner Agency, with the moderator Bapak Sony Elvianto, PhD. And the invited speaker to Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan from University Sains Malaysia, with the topic Reconfiguring Reflexivity in the Age of AI, a multi-layered analysis of human AI dialogic inquiry, with the moderator Bapak Muhammad Masrur Ridwan SPD from Sigil. For your information, that the session for Professor Kamarul Kabilan will be guided directly from this hall. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, our Zoom operator will open the breakout rooms. For on-site participant and presenter, you may stay in this main hall, especially for the session of Professor Kamarul Kabilan, moderated by Bapak Ridwan from Sigil. And then for the online participant and presenters, you may choose the breakout room according to your topic interest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the invited speech session of ICANN ELT 2025 is officially open. We have 1 full hour for presentation and discussion. Please enjoy the session and we wish you an insightful academic experience. Again, for the on-site participant and presenter, you may stay in this main hall, especially for the session of Professor Kamarul Kabilan, moderated by Bapak Ridwan from Sigil. And then for the online participant and presenter, you may choose the breakout room according to your topic interest. Okay, next for the Professor Kamarul Kabilan session, we also invite Bapak Ridwan from Sigil to take the time in the stage for the moderator. Please welcome Bapak Ridwan from Sigil.
Check. All right. Thank you for the master ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right. Let me check from the Zoom too, please. Can we start now, or are we still waiting for the breakout room session? All right. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to extend my warmest greetings to our distinguished invited speakers and all participants of the 6th International Conference on English Language Teaching, or ICANN ELT. And it's a pleasure to welcome everyone joining us today, both those present in this room And those participating online, all right, I can see in the Zooms. Can we see the participants too? Well, I'm Ridwan from Semiokitab in Language, as you heard from the Master of Ceremony today. And I'm so honored to moderate here for this morning sessions with Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan, already at, all right, already in the Zoom joined with us today. Good morning, Professor Kabilan. Can you hear my voice?
Morning.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kabilan. All right, I would like to greet our participants online too. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice clearly? All right, it's just a check first before we start the sessions. Now, in this session, we will hear the key presentation from our distinguished invited speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan from the University Sains, Malaysia, presenting his study entitled Reconfiguring Reflexivity in the Age of AI, a multi-layered analysis of human AI dialogic inquiry. Can we give a one round of applause, please? All right. Okay, hello everyone, I can see your video. All right, everything's good, right? Oh, nice. But the voice, I cannot hear their voice too. Maybe one of you can you open the microphone? Hello? Hello everyone? No one? Would you please open mic, or you can use the features?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning,
Okay,
sir.
stand with me until the end of
Okay,
the
good morning,
session, right?
sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hello, good
Yes, sir.
morning.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay, now we have the participation from online. I see many ladies and gentlemen. Well, now allow me to inform you the mechanisms of the sessions. All right, thank you so much. Now we continue with the sessions. Allow me to inform you all the mechanism of the sessions. First, the presentation will be delivered for 45 minutes, followed by a 15 minutes questions and answer session. And on-site participants may raise questions directly during the Q&A sessions. For online, you may use raise hand feature by Zoom. And also for the online and on-site participants, for the Q&A, please remember to mention your full name, your good institutions, followed by your questions clearly. Now, before we proceed to the presentations, allow me to first invite our invited speaker for Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan. Assalamualaikum, Professor Kabilan.
Waalaikumsalam.
Well, so we are so honored to have you here at the Sixth Icon ELT that we met online, and everything is good, right, Professor?
Yeah,
All
Alhamdulillah.
right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please allow me to read Professor Kabilan's short bio first before we start. Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan is a professor at the School of Educational Studies, University Sains, Malaysia, Penang. His research interests include ICT and English language education, professional development, and critical practices of teachers. He has published widely in his area of research in reputable journals such as TESOL Quarterly, British Journal of Educational Technology, Computer and Education, the Internet and Higher Education, and Professional Development in Education. Today, Professor Kabilan will deliver his presentation entitled Reconfiguring Reflexivity in the Age of AI, a multi-layered analysis of human AI dialogic inquiry. without further ado, please welcome Professor Kabilan. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I understand the organizing committee will share my PowerPoint.
All right, can we assist Professor Kabilan to share the PowerPoint, please? Okay, our team still check your presentation. All right, while we're waiting, allow me to read a bit about the study of what will be presented today by Professor Kabilan. So the study examines how generative AI reshapes reflexive practice in research through a multi-layered analysis of sustained human-AI interactions. Using empirical data generated from interactions, conversation, engagement, or eyes, transcripts, reflective memos, and systematic reflections on reflections, or ROR, cycles, the inquiry traces how dialogic engagement with AI produces shifts in thinking, interpretations, and scholarly identity. Drawing on 8 months of longitudinal data, the analysis highlights 3 processes: immersive free reading of eyes, juxtapositions of reflections with RORs to reveal conceptual disruptions and deepening, and the thematic clustering to identify emerging dimensions of AI augmented reflexivity. All right, after this good, can you see the presentations of the PowerPoints? Professor
Yeah, I can
Kabilan?
see. Thank you very
All right.
much.
So please, the screen is
All
yours,
right.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone present. Though I'm far away, Malang is not ancient to me, or it's not far away. It's just like a second home. Anyway, my topic for today is reconfiguring reflexivity in the age of AI, a multi-layered analysis of human AI dialogic inquiry. Let me just begin with the idea behind this presentation. So I'm sort of like I'm pretty sure most of you in the hall, you have engaged with ChatGPT or even other types of AI. So when I first started engaging with ChatGPT, it was interesting. It was like having a friend whom I can talk to and ask questions, and that friend is able to give me answers, responses, whatever that I asked. So, and one day I was, while engaging, I thought of, okay, I know what ChatGPT is, but I know what it can do. It answers my question. So I thought, okay, why don't I ask what ChatGPT thinks of me? So after many months of engaging with ChatGPT, I started asking the question of, what do you think of me as a scholar? So from there, it dawned on me that ChatGPT can have an opinion of who you are based on the interaction, the engagement, the communication that you have with ChatGPT, because it records all your dialogues, all your conversations. all your engagement with all the questions that you asked and all the responses that you gave. So that led to this research, you know. So basically, I asked, what do you think of me, ChatGPT, especially in terms of as an academic in the field of teacher education, of English language teachers. So that triggered this paper. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so as I was saying just now, generative AI like ChatGPT as well as other types of AI is increasingly integrated into academic work. A lot of journals do accept if you use AI, but you must be sincere, truthful how you used AI and things like that. Even for the presentation of this paper, I utilize AI for some extent. And I'm pretty sure most of you who are students or postgraduate students, you have engaged ChatGPT for other types of scholarly activities. It could be referring to references, suggesting theories, getting ideas for certain research, asking questions about research methods, and so forth. So those are the things that most of us use for academic work. Now, apart from that, reflexivity, it's reflection. And I think those in the teacher education as well as learning discipline, you would know that reflection is about you thinking about what you have done, how what you have done could impact you, in which ways it can impact you, and how you can use it for future. So these kind of reflections at one stage belong to us and us as humans. But now, with what I'm doing, I'm able to sort of like get the idea that AI has the capability to reflect as well. But its reflection is based purely on the interaction of what we have had with ChatGPT or any other AIs. So the history, so it can go back to history and identify, sort of like doing a thematic analysis and understand what it is making up in terms of understanding the interaction and communication between you and AI, right? So, and I thought that is very interesting to see how AI thinks, you know, but more importantly, how AI reshapes our thinking, my interpretation, and my scholarly identity. Because prior to AI, it is all about us, you know, as humans doing the thinking, doing the writing. But now with AI, a lot of our jobs, our activities, scholarly activities are made very easy. So I'm looking at in paper how AI actually reshapes thinking, my interpretation of the discussion that I have with ChatGPT, as well as my scholarly identity. Next slide, please. Right, so the purpose of this study is to examine how generative AI transforms reflective practice through three main approach. One is through sustained human AI dialogue. That's the dialogue. In the abstract, there's just now it is written as eight months, but it is actually more than 8 months. So about a year plus, right? So based on my interaction, the activities, the questions, the communication that I have with ChatGPT, the data is generated through the dialogues. So it's a dialogue between me and ChatGPT. And I used a multi-layered qualitative analysis, meaning to say I used 3 different sources of data. which is reflection, and then reflecting on reflections, as well as the dialogues itself, the responses. So I call it ICE. ICE stands for interaction, communication, and engagement. So the abbreviation stands for, the abbreviation is ICE, yeah? And it is a longitudinal reflective engagement, meaning to say, like I mentioned just now, it was over a year. So it's not like 1 week or 2 weeks. So this presentation is, you can call it a longitudinal research in the sense that the data collection was over a year. And after a year, then I looked at the dialogues, the reflection that I had. So it is longitudinal in nature. Next slide, please. So based on this, the above purpose, these are my research questions. So number one, how does human and AI dialogic interaction reshape reflexive thinking? That's the first research question. And then what shifts occur in interpretation and scholarly identity? And the third research question, how can these shifts be conceptualized into a framework for AI augmented reflexivity? So I will also share with you a framework that I developed based on the data. Right, next slide. Next slide, please. Right, like I mentioned just now, the empirical data was collected from February 2004 until June 2005. And I mentioned just now the ICE transcripts, which is basically the interaction, conversation, and engagement between me and my ChatGPT. And then after each session of my interaction, I will have a reflection note or memo, which I write based on the engagement. So I'll write there what I experienced with ChatGPT, how I felt, what it meant, right? And then I have another data which sort of like reflects the longitudinal study, is reflecting on reflections. Now, after a lot of activities, I will usually, let's say it could be a week, it could be 2 weeks, sometimes it could be in months, I would be reflecting on those reflections again. Because sometimes when I'm engaging with ChatGPT, I feel like, oh, I've seen this somewhere before. So I would go back to the reflective memos as well as the ICE transcription, and I will read them again. So and reflect on them again. So that becomes reflecting on reflections. And what it does the reflecting on reflections actually confirms, or it adds new dimensions to the initial reflective memos. So in that way, I know that I'm not wrong if I make initial assumptions, or it extends my initial assumptions, or, and number three, it revises my initial assumptions. Okay. Next slide, please. And therefore, there are three, I think we also need to understand there are three conceptual bases for this study. Number one, dialogic reflexivity, meaning to say the dialogues between me and my ChatGPT are very important because they are the sources of data. And then number two, AI augmented reasoning. So the reasons are based on the AI and what ChatGPT gives. It could be in terms of responses, it could be in terms of its reasoning. So for example, if I asked why, so it will respond accordingly. So that is basically the AI augmented reasoning. And it's a post-qualitative inquiry, which means that after the qualitative data is collected, so it is done after that. So the inquiry is after the data collection, right? And the other conceptual basis is that AI, I see AI not as a tool, but as a thinking partner, as someone who is next to me. Like I mentioned just now, it's like a friend, it's like a colleague, it is a collaborator. So it is not a tool to me. It is someone whom I can confide, and I believe it has knowledge per se, meaning to say it can find the whatever that I need to know, the ideas or the facts that I'm looking for. And the third conceptual basis is that I look into my own world as a teacher educator, and these involve activities like supervising my postgraduate students, masters and PhD. When I'm involved in curriculum design, that includes teaching and learning. That could also include assessment of certain aspects of curriculum, syllabus, lesson plans, and so forth. And then mentoring my postgraduate students or other colleagues of mine, junior colleagues who may come and ask for help. And of course, scholarly writing, which also includes research. Because without research, you can't detach research from scholarly writing. Okay, so these are the three conceptual bases for this paper. Right, next slide, please. Okay, so I have this data, like I mentioned just now, from three sources of data. So in terms of analysis, the analytical approach was used. So how I sort of like analyze the data. Number one, immersive rereading of ICE transcripts. So all the dialogues, the interaction, communication, and engagement with my ChatGPT, I read and reread, going through a lot of responses and also the questions that I asked. Number two, juxtaposition of reflections with RORs. So what it means that I have the first reflection and I also have the second reflection on the same issue or the same aspect, and then I try to compare. Okay, why did I write the first one, and how or why I wrote the second reflections on the same issue? Why is there a difference? Why are there similarities? So I looked at that. And then, of course, thematic clustering of emerging dimensions, which is basically Brown and Clark, 2006, yeah? Right, so that is how the data were analyzed. And based on this analysis, next slide, please. So this is the framework, or which I call try, reflect, plus, plus, plus. Why the plus, plus, plus? Because I feel that the plus, plus, plus refers to the three circles that you can see. But then there could be a fourth plus, because I think there could be a fourth circle as we move on into research and more rigorous use of AI for scholarly work or even as an academic. So I see that the possibility of the circles increasing. What it means that there could be more dimensions. But from the data that I collected, I found that there are three dimensions. One is foundational, the smaller circle, and then ontological institutional, the second circle, and the bigger circle is ethical epistemic. Now, foundational, it means that these are the basic, the simple things that we all do, which is needed for the other two circles as well. Ontological institutional means that what the institutions, for example, my institution would be my faculty, which is the School of Educational Studies, as well as University of Science Malaysia. So in terms of my relation with my school, as well my university, so where do I stand? Okay, that is ontological institutional. And ethical epistemic refers to the ethics of using AI, and also my own, because every academic, for example, they have their own ethics that they need to adhere to, the principles, the guidelines. So what a lecturer or a docent can do or cannot do, what are the rules that we need to adhere to. And in that, we have two or maybe more than two dimensions. One, my own philosophy, my own guidelines, my own principles, as opposed or in line with the philosophy, the guidelines, and the principles set by the university and the faculty. Okay? All right. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 3 in the foundational, 3 aspects in the foundational dimension, 3 in the ontological institutional dimensions, and 3 elements. Sorry, 5 elements in the ethical dimension. And you also have 2, the integrative. I have not started yet. Please go back to the slide, the previous slide. And you have the 2 arrows on your right, on the left of the circles, and I call it integrative. Now, integrative dimension is, or element of, is something whereby it appears in almost everywhere, in all the 3 circles. So that is why it is outside. Okay? Right. Next slide, please. So let's start with material reflexivity, all right, in the foundational dimension. So material means the content, it refers to the content and AI. But before that, let me explain the table first, yeah? And this table will be used for most of the presentation of other reflexivity or dimension. So I have the 3 dimensions, right? And then in each of the dimensions, there are 3 or 5 reflexivity, okay? That means elements that I reflected on or I worked on. So on the left, you have the date session, meaning to say, for example, 10 May 2024 is the date where this question, my question, can you generate a clean version of this framework using a table format? So that was my question, or that is the prompt that I gave to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT's response here's a table using Markdown. So that's the output. And then there usually will be a response, my engagement. So my response, if I want to, for example, if I want to get clearer explanation from ChatGPT about certain things, or maybe I disagree and I give additional questions or prompts for ChatGPT to work on. So that would be my engagement, which is basically the eyes. So the structure, this was my response. The structure is useful, but looks cluttered in Word. So meaning to say, so I'll do it manually. And there are many times where this happens. Whatever given by ChatGPT was not satisfactory to me. Okay, so based on the question, the response, and the engagement, or I call it eyes, what I do is I reflect almost immediately of what I did. The table was functional, so the reflection memo is that. And then after 2 weeks, or maybe 3 weeks, or 1 week, depending on whether this idea emerges again, so then I would write again. I would read the reflection memo and then write another reflection. This was the point I began recognizing that the tools mediate meaning, not just content, but how it perceived and enacted. Okay? So the initial reflection is the memo, and then the second reflection is ROR. So you can see that I'm looking at my reflection, and I'm reflecting, and I'm saying to myself, oh, this is what it means. Oh, okay, this is how I should do things, and things like that. So for the material reflexivity, basically, I'm just asking ChatGPT to generate whatever it is. And that is what foundational means. I mean, most of us, we use ChatGPT to generate ideas, or we ask a prompt, we ask a question, and we give a prompt, and the response given, that is the material. So basically here, if you look the second ROR on 22nd May, looking back, I recognize that these decisions were not technical but intellectual, shaped by material constraints. So based on the materials given or responses given to my prompts, when I look at the materials, I'm saying, okay, I can accept this, and maybe I need to add or I need to change. So this is material reflexivity, meaning to say there are times when we engage with ChatGPT, we are asking for ideas. We should not be agreeing in total with whatever that is given. And I'm pretty sure most of you are thinking, oh, this is not what I feel. So maybe you can add your own ideas into the given materials. Okay? So this is material reflexivity. So this is a foundational, under the foundational dimension. Okay, let's go to the second slide, please. Editorial. Now, so another, just now was material, right? And now is editorial. Here, it's more of looking back and see how it changes the knowledge. So you're editing, you're basically looking back and saying, oh, this is what is given, but I want to do this, I want to edit, and it is related to the material just now. So when you're editing, when you're revising, when you deleting certain elements, when you adding, so those are editorial reflexivity. Let me just read the second ROR, okay, on 13 May. Yeah? Looking back, I now view editorial edits as epistemic decision. What it means is that, so now I have knowledge, I need to edit because this is the knowledge that I want to produce. So it's not just about linking, it's not just about connecting, but it is about signaling knowledge relationship. So what I'm doing now, I'm revising the knowledge, I'm reconstructing the knowledge. Okay, so that is editorial reflexivity. Okay, the third one. Next slide, please. Aesthetic. Now, aesthetic is more like it involves with creativity. As for example, I'm very particular when it comes to how I present my idea, or even how my students present their idea. It has to be creative nature. It has to be critical in nature. So when, for example, if you look on the 23rd April, the first one, so I asked ChatGPT to do something. And my question was, does this look too crowded? Can you reformat the framework layout for clarity? So when the ChatGPT is giving out something, and I'm looking at it, I'm saying, no, this is not what I want. This is not nice. So I'm able to critique. And the critique is more about how it appears, how it looks like. It looks like cosmetic. So if you read my reflection on reflecting on reflections, looking back, this was where I started seeing layout as epistemic, not cosmetic. I was crafting understanding. So even though I started out as looking at something which is very cosmetic, but that cosmetic could mislead, or someone may misread based on what appears. So I need to ensure that the cosmetic element actually would lead to knowledge epistemic. It must be accurate. So if I want to say A, then the cosmetic of it must show A, and it must mean A. So that is what aesthetic is. Meaning to say, it should mean what it should mean, as well as it should appear as what it should appear. So, for example, a good example would be the framework that I developed. So it took me like a few months to develop the framework because I was not happy with the aesthetic values of the framework, the circles, and how integrative reflexivity should be included in the framework. Okay, so that is foundational. And now we are going to the next slide, please. Ontological institutional. Next slide, please. Now, in ontological, as I mentioned just now, this is about you as well as you and your institution, right? How do you see yourself in terms of as a lecturer or a student in your university, all right? So the first reflexivity is embodied. What it means that it is about yourself and what are the concerns that you have, your anxieties. So if you look on reflecting on reflection, in the hindsight, this unease was not about the content alone. It revealed deeper anxieties about my authority in the field and how AI amplified the tension. So, for example, sometimes when I ask ChatGPT to come up with something, it could be too perfect, especially in writing. And I know, look, we are all non-native speakers, and I realize I don't have the capability or the ability to speak and write like a native speaker, right? But I have that conscious that, so in this ICE, 15 February 2025, it was like too complete. The paragraph was too good. Sometimes it felt that too confident. So if you read my reflection memo, I noticed a physical discomfort. I was actually physically not happy, meaning to say, in Malay we would call it rasa bersalah or something like that, because the content was too confident, too perfect to be true for myself, right? So that is embodied reflexivity, meaning to say how your feelings, your judgment as an individual can come into place in understanding what are the things. So, for example, this one would be good for students. My advice to students: well, you can use ChatGPT, but then if it's something that you never thought of or it is too perfect, my question is, would you use it? Would you use it for your assignment, for example? Of course, you are looking for ideas. So what you need to do then is read up. There could be some issues which are new to you and you never realized it, and ChatGPT gives you. My advice is, before you can use that idea into your work, read up, understand it. Then if you believe, then you reconstruct it, and then you reuse it in a way which is very much like you, embodied, okay? Not according to what ChatGPT has given. Okay? Right. So the next slide, please. All right, so this is positional reflexivity. Now in positional reflexivity, it's more of you and your institution, for example, me and my work as a lecturer, right? If you are doing something, and that something is required by your university, that means you are following the rules and regulations. But if you're not, then you're not following rules and regulations. Okay? So let me give you an example. Let me read the reflecting on reflections first, ROR. So looking back, the 24th March, looking back, I now see how much my prompting was shaped by institutional anticipation. I wasn't just using AI, I was predicting the reaction of reviewers and shaping the output accordingly. There will be times where you know certain things. For example, your university will not approve this. Your colleagues will not agree this. Your group members will not like that idea. So when you have these rules in mind, these expectations, this understanding, so when you prompt, you will prompt something which will give you the answers that you want, that you are expecting. Okay, the answers that you are expecting. So the way you do it is you position, you look at your position. Okay, I'm a group member, my group does not like this, and therefore I'm not going to include this. So in my prompt, I will say, please do not include A in your answers, right? So a lot of things that when I write, for example, if I write a paragraph and I put into AI, I say, please check for fluency and coherency. And I will always prompt it, please do not add new ideas. So I want ChatGPT only to look at my grammar and the fluency of the paragraph. And I will say, please do not include new ideas or new references. So that is my position in terms of what I want. I don't want to be dictated, if you may, by the AI, but rather me dictating the AI, right? So that is positional reflexivity. Right, next slide, please. Okay, dialogic reflexivity. This is where you have dialogues after dialogues with AI. Okay? So, and this dialogue, it's just like you having a conversation with your friend, right? So let's say you're in a cafe and you're discussing about your assignment. You ask a question, your friends respond. You may disagree and you say, no, I think we should do this. And then your friend responds, no, I think we should be doing this. And he gives the reason. So if you look my engagement with ChatGPT, so if you look the 30th April, frame this using post-colonial theory without simplifying the concept. So, and then ChatGPT responses. And then my engagement, I disagreed. I said, this is too basic. Use Spivak or Baba to show complexity, right? And then there's more and more. So I realized that sometimes AI does not know everything, or as what they call hallucinate. It gives you not trustworthy references, especially in terms of journals or readings, academic readings. ChatGPT especially, right? So this is the dialogic reflexivity that I'm talking about, and while the process is going through, and you can see that I saw that divergence sharpened my reflexes, the AI's failure clarified what I value, nuance, depth, and theoretical rigor. So when we disagree with something which is responded by ChatGPT, it does not mean that we are wrong. Perhaps you are thinking outside the box. Okay, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. Not to say that you're not wrong. You could be wrong, but the fact that you defend staunchly about your ideas in discussion with ChatGPT, that shows that you're willing to take a stand. All right. So it's just like I said just now, it's like having a dialogue with your group mate while preparing for your assignment. Okay, next slide, please. So we have done with ontological. Now we are going into ethical epistemic. Now, in the first one is philosophical, ethical, yeah. And after a long time interacting with ChatGPT, you're looking at the data. I just want to read the ROR on 4th February. Looking back, this was the moment I began realizing that AI doesn't just generate, it actually stimulates. Have to be aware or I would be spreading misinformation. This is something to do with hallucination, the concept of hallucination by AI, especially ChatGPT. So this is again your philosophical, what do you think? What is your moral vanguard? What is your principle? What is your beliefs in terms of using references that doesn't exist? So you need to be very careful with what do you call ChatGPT produces when it's responding to your prompts. So your philosophical, ethical principles come into play, whereby if you disagree, then you have to disagree because it's wrong. Okay? So one important issue or aspect when you are using AI, especially ChatGPT, is that whatever that you're doing, is it ethical from your philosophical standpoint? Is it so? If you're a Muslim, would this be allowed in Islam? So that is something for you to think about. Okay. Right. Next slide, please. Processual. Okay. Processual reflexivity. This is more into processes. Because sometimes when we ask ChatGPT or we give a prompt, you don't get the immediate answer, right? Sometimes the process is long. Sometimes you need to ask questions after question, and then finally you come up with something that you believe in. Okay, sometimes sometimes what you understand is that you gain extra knowledge by looking at it over and over again. So it's a process. It's not like, oh, I ask one question, I give one prompt, I get the entire answer. So it's a process of learning. So it's a reflexivity. For example, I read the ROR. Only after reviewing my changes did I realize how much I pre-designed even before prompting. The AI helped, but it didn't lead. That distinction matters. Okay? So at the end of the day, we have to take lead. We have to guide AI. We need to determine the path that we want to take in terms of finding a solution for an issue or writing a paper. We should be leading and guiding and not the other way around. Then it becomes ethical. You know, we hear sometimes, a student could just simply write a prompt. For example, please write a paper on the topic this. It must have at least 3,000 words. It must be this. And then we just click enter. The entire paper will be available, right? So you copy and paste and then submit. So if you do that, then I would say in terms of epistemic being knowledgeable ethically, then you are not doing the right thing. Okay? So it is more of a process rather than the end product that you should be looking at. Meaning to say, enjoy the process of engaging, asking questions with ChatGPT and so forth. Okay? Before you end up agreeing with the end product. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, personal reflexivity. Okay, so the word personal is a giveaway, yeah? Meaning to say your own, what do you think? Okay, To give an example, let's look at the ROR on the 1st April at the bottom. Looking back, I see that AI made me aware of what I had previously taken for granted, that every scholarly decision I make carries my educational values. This became a moment of epistemic self-discovery. So it's your own discovery. So the process of you asking question, prompting, at the end of the day, have you ever thought, okay, who am I? So based on your engagement with ChatGPT or any other AI, you should be asking, okay, so all right, I've been using ChatGPT for assignment, for this, for this, for this. So in that sense, who am I? Who am I? What kind of a student am I? What kind of a lecturer am I? So those are the things that is related to personal reflexivity. All right, next slide, please. Hold on, yeah. Embodied reflexivity. Is it? Am I looking at the right slide?
Already? Next slide, please.
I think it's what is the slide? No, there's one more. Temporal. We should be going to temporal reflexivity.
Back to
Temporal. TEMPORA. Yeah, this one. Okay. All right. Temporal reflexivity. This is more of your temperament. So it's called temporal reflexivity. Okay, if you look at 12 April, okay, 12 April 2025, ROR, reflection memo first. This interaction felt like I was no longer asking for help, but orchestrating the outcome. My confidence has grown. And if you read the reflecting on reflections, comparing this to earlier sessions, I see how I've started leading the AI rather than following it. That change matters. So there is a change of progress and development. Okay? And if you read the first one on the 9th January, I used to accept clearer phrasing without question. Now I realize clarity should not come at the consent of epistemic depth. So over time, it changes how I see certain things. So earlier on, whatever ChatGPT gives me, I would accept it, right? But over time, I'm thinking, oh, maybe I should not agree to this. Maybe there's a different way of doing this. Okay, so you change over time, okay, the development. All right, I think I've covered everything. Let's go to the conclusion. The conclusion slide.
the conclusion, please. Okay.
All right. So what I've showed you here now is reflexivity is no longer solely human. Okay, it's not a human process in the era of AI. Because if you consciously reflect and think and work on the prompts, engaging AI in a meaningful manner, then you can see that AI can reshape how we think, how we interpret, and how we position ourselves as scholars. So if you're a student, if you think really hard creatively, critically, think about the responses that it gives, then you can position yourself at a better as a student. So how do you stand? So in AI, it's very difficult to distinguish yourself and the the output that is given by AI. So that is something that we have to think about. Two, to sustain ICE, ROR engagement, AI acts as a dialogic thinking partner, enabling deeper reflexive breakthroughs. So I sort of like showed you or demonstrated to you, if you have constant engagement with AI, and you should be able to treat AI as a thinking partner rather than a tool. So if you accept AI as a tool, then all you would be hoping for is the output. Okay, but if you take AI as a thinking partner, then you will learn a great deal along the way. So because if you take AI as a thinking partner, it emphasizes on the process. But if you take AI as a tool, then you emphasize on the output or the product, the end process. Okay? So I also tried to show that the try reflect plus 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 shows that AI augmented reflexivity is multi-layered. Okay, it influences ontological, epistemic, institutional, and ethical dimensions. So, future. Next slide, please. So maybe future research or some of the things that we can explore is how educators and researchers may engage AI critically, ethically, and creatively to harness its potential for reflective and transformative practices. That is one. And number two, how human and AI inquiry may expand scholarly imagination, strengthen criticality, and support professional identity formation. I mean, there are a lot more than you can suggest. But one of the things that I also realize is that if universities or anybody would like to conduct training, so that framework could be that could be used. The framework, yeah, could be used to structure the the training, and so that it covers everything that it should cover. Okay, so I think that's all from me. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you
So I
very
think
much,
now Q&A
Professor
session.
Kabilan, for your insightful presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me to give one round of applause to Professor Kabilan. All right. I think everyone's waiting for the Q&A sessions to discuss more about the topic, Professor. And for me, I believe about reconfiguring reflexivity in the age of AI, a multi-layered analysis of human AI diagnostic inquiry, give a clear picture of how technology can truly deepen our reflective practices. So AI is not just a tool, but a thinking partner that helps ask questions, assumptions, refine our interpretations, and strengthen our scholarly identity through continuous dialogue. But first, to be more ethically, creatively, and critically to use AI, I think that is the most important thing. So now we move to the next sessions about Q&A session for 15 minutes. We will open the floor for our question and answer sessions. Begin with 1 to 2 questions from participants in the hall first, and then continue with questions from our online participants, which will be displayed on the screen if possible. And then for those on site, please raise your hand and the committee will hand in the microphone. Kindly introduce yourself by stating your name, your good institutions, and then mention your questions clearly. Anyone? In the hall, please. So how about we think about using AI? We have keyword critically, ethically, creatively, maybe from the students of Unisma. Okay, not yet here. All right, we move to the online participants. Hello. To online participants, any questions? Please, can we have the pictures or the view of the participants online? You may raise your hands using the features provided by Zoom, or you can, all right. So please, I'm so sorry that I cannot see your name on the screens, but please introduce yourself first and your good institution, sir. Please.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Hello, excuse me. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, your voice a bit unclear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right,
Waalaikumsalam.
please. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable Professor Muhammad Kamarul Kafil and moderators, allow me to introduce, I'm Ajina Rozik from Kangen Island. Thank you so much for the agenda. My question is, how will the knowledge gained from conference influence our teaching practice?
From AI, are you referring to AI or the
AI,
conference? AI.
Conference, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll repeat my question again. How will the knowledge gained from the conference influence our teaching practice? Thank you.
Okay. So, if you look at the one of the reflexivity that I shared with you, right? The most important part is you, not and not the AI. AI could come up with anything and everything. The whole idea is it depends on you, right? So that's why I said the most important concept is that if you take AI as a thinking partner, then I think you will be very successful. You will be creating, you will be guiding, you will be leading everything. But if you take AI as a tool, that means you will only be focusing on the end product. Okay, for example, I gave you just now. Okay, I'm as a student, I need to prepare an assignment of 3,000 words, for example. So I just give the instruction. I don't learn anything. I just get the paper, and then I submit to the lecturer or to the docent. That could be done, you know. But the thing is, what you want to do is engage with AI, and in the process, you learn. And when you're learning, it doesn't mean that you must agree with AI all the time or disagree with AI all the time. But what you need to do is that you need to insert. Sometimes I learned a lot of things from AI. For example, if I ask something that I don't know, it gives me a response that makes me to think, okay, what if I do it differently, or I integrate this idea? Could that work? So in order to do that, I need to read more. I need to understand more. Right? So, for example, the very idea to do this paper, it is because I was thinking, okay, I'm asking a lot of questions, and the ChatGPT is giving me a lot of responses. So, I have an opinion of ChatGPT. So now I'm asking, does AI have an opinion of myself? So to do that, maybe you like to test, and I urge all of you to go back or after this session, ask ChatGPT, dear ChatGPT, what do you think of me as a student, as a docent, as a father, as a mother? But remember, it can only give a proper assessment or evaluation based on your previous interaction. Okay, so if you have engaged, so it depends on the type of engagement that you have done with your ChatGPT or AI. Then it will be able to assess and give you a picture or a description of what kind of a lecturer or a student or a father or a mother you are. So again, I emphasize that the AI will never change your teaching, but the one who will change your teaching is you. Okay, so I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kabilan. So thank you also to Mr. Ajina Rosik for the questions. I think, yeah, it's about how we use the AI. It depends on us. And then the next questions from online, please. Anyone from online, our colleagues? Okay, we move to on-site. Any questions in the hall? To our colleagues, maybe, from Unisma? So I think the topic is so interesting. It's about the AI use that. So maybe we can ask about how to use it ethically. I think ethically, creatively, and about critically, sir. So would you mind to explain more to us how these three come first in using AI, Prof. Kabilan?
Okay, I think the most important thing is ethics, how you can prepare your work or use with the use of AI, of course. The number one is that you need to ask yourself, if I do this, will it go against your own principles? Forget about others. Forget about your lecturer. Forget about your university. Forget about your head of department. Forget about your friends. But ask yourself, if you were to use AI, is it going to affect you, whether it's positively or negatively? Right? So that's the first question you need to ask yourself. The other thing that you need to remember is that, again, I go back to the concept of AI as not as a tool, but as a partner. So when you have a partner, that means what you're doing is that you're thinking about the other partner. It's just like when you have a cewek or a cowok or a husband or a wife, So you're like 50%. In that pair, in a marriage, husband and wife, they contribute equally, in their own ways, of course. So when you have that means there must be respect, right? I'm pretty sure husbands should be respecting wives and wives should be respecting husbands. So when there is one of them disrespecting the other, then the marriage fails. So my analogy is also the same. So when you think AI as your partner, that means you need to respect your partner. Okay? You need to respect your partner. And when you do that, then you will be morally obliged in terms of the use, the practices, and for what purposes that you're using that. For example, I could use ChatGPT to ask, okay, give me 4 lucky numbers that will make me win $1 million in the lottery. I can do that. And perhaps AI, based on previous result, it sort of like can predict, okay, this would be the 4 digits that will win you some money. Because based on previous figures, it can come out. Whether you win or not win, that's another issue. But the fact that you're asking AI for that kind of information, that is, to me, is disrespecting and it's not right. Okay? You can, if you want to, nobody's going to stop you, but then ask yourself, coming back to yourself, whether consciously or, because at the end of the day, the higher power is in Islam is, of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He knows. So that is I'm not being I better than thou kind of element right now. What I'm trying to say is that ethics is something that we have to uphold. If we fail to uphold, then we are failing ourselves as a human first. Forget about AI. So we fail as a human. Now, creatively, meaning to say, how do you use AI ethically and creatively? For example, okay, let me give you a good example. Let's say I'm writing a paper, or maybe a student wants to write an assignment. How do you start first? How do you start writing a paper first with AI? Do you just give the title, AI, my stupid lecturer, Dawson gave me this title for me to do the work. Please write an assignment for me, not more than 3,000 words. Is that how you start? Or you can have a collaborative ICE. Yeah, ICE stands for interaction, communication, and engagement with AI. Let's say the topic is about latest pedagogy in teaching English, right? So you open up your ChatGPT and you write the title, and you say, okay, ChatGPT, this is the title, and these are my ideas, these are my beliefs. I believe AI should be used this way. I think, so you give your own points. Okay, I think AI should be used this way. I think for teaching creatively, teachers should be doing this. What is your idea? Okay, what is your idea? So you send the first response. Remember, if you're just writing one prompt and expecting an accurate answer, you're wrong. Okay, just like my data shows, the processual, the procedure, the process must be intensive. It must be iterative, again and again. Excuse me. Then you say, what theories? You're talking about theories to be integrated, right? So what is your theory? What is your personal theory? What theories do you believe in? Okay. For example, myself, I have my own theories, right? Which should guide me in terms of teaching and learning of English. So what is your own theory? And then you explain, ChatGPT, this is my theory. I believe in this, I believe in that. I want teaching to be like this. I want learning to be like this. Right, next. So that's the second question, theories, right? The third question would be, all right, or you prompting, yeah? I don't believe in this. Okay, just now what you believe in, and now what? I don't believe teaching in English should be like this. I don't believe it should be like this. I don't believe we should be using this. Right. So now you have 3 prompts. Right. So what you do next? Okay, based on the above prompts that I've given you, how would I write the first paragraph? And this paragraph must have A, B, C, D. Right? So when you do that, what you're doing is basically you are doing the thinking. You are doing the thinking for AI, and AI is responding. Only in the 4th prompt, the last prompt, right? The 4th prompt, only then you are regarding AI as a tool. Then the very last prompt, you are saying, based on the above discussion, now write the first paragraph. So what you're doing is that you used AI as a collaborator, as a partner for 3 or 4 prompts before arriving at the end, whereby you're asking it to write. That is one way. Okay? So now the ideas become your ideas, because this is not AI's idea. This is your ideas. This is what you want it to be. The second way is, of course, the traditional way. You write, you think, you write, you get some ideas from ChatGPT. and then you put it out that way. So you now decide, what is it that I want to do? Again, this goes for your epistemical, ethical dimensions. You know, what kind of a docent or a student that I want to be. Okay, so hope that helps.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kabilan. So it is about the process, if I could conclude, that we stand as who we are and AI to be the partners, and we build the process about even the idea to come up first. We talk to AI, we make AI our partners to generate ideas before the end things. The process is to come first, and then also respective each other. I think they start with ethically as a partner. Well, I think the time is up for the questions and answer sessions. And we don't have any questions more, right? From the
Yep.
on-site? All right. Now, please allow me to recap some key points before we end the sessions, Prof. Kabilan, and then there will be presentations of the certificate to our speakers after this, and please stay with us first. And allow me first, AI help us think more deeply, and human AI conversations improve reflections. Of course, the reflections has many layers, and one thing that I could conclude, the important things is about the ethic and put the AI as our partners to generate ideas, to talk about what we think intensively in details, and then of course before you have what can be generated from AI. So it's your idea, not the AI ideas, because AI is your partners to discuss your ideas. Thank you very much. And now, please, can we give more applause to Prof. Kabilan? Thank you. All right, we see on the screen already the certificate. Again, thank you very much to our speakers. And now we would like to proceed with the certificate presentations. Since our speaker is joining online, we'll display the certificate on the screens already. And this certificate is presented to our esteemed speaker, to the Honorable Professor Dr. Kamarul Kabilan, as our appreciation for your valuable contributions to this ICON ELT 2025. Thank you so much, Prof. Kabilan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome.
All right. So thank you so much to our participants joining us today online. I think we have a lot of new insights about the AI. Now I'll give the time to the MC already. All right. Once again, thank you so much everyone for joining us for this session with Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the moderator and all invited speakers. Thank you for the insightful discussion, and of course we want to say thank you for Professor Kamal Kabilan and moderator. And now I want to say good morning and welcome to Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, MSc, as Deputy Director of SIGIL, and also Mr. Dodi and Miss Mira as the respectable objects for today's agenda. Thank you for support our agenda. Give it applause for all the guests today. Now we will continue to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to move forward to a special session presented by SIGIL, the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization Regional Center for Quality Improvement of Teachers and Education Personnel in Language. Today, Sikil will represent by Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, MMMSE, Deputy Director of Sikil, who will deliver a presentation for Icon ELT 2025. So, we invite the Honorable Dr. Misbah Fikrianto. Please welcome and come to the stage. Give it applause for Dr. Misbah Fikrianto.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear presenters, audience, and committee, we would love to invite the second invited speakers, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Misbah Fikrianto. He is the Deputy Director Administration of Sikil. And today we would love to invite him to present about Sikil. And today we would give Pak Misbah around 30 minutes, Pak Misbah, to present, and then we'll continue to question and answer session. I believe that Pak Misbah is quite a very, very important person and quite busy today because at 10 o'clock he has to go to Surabaya to meet his colleagues. That's why we will directly invite him to present his speech. Pak Misbah, are you ready, Pak? Yeah, the time is yours.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Eko. First of all, very good morning to all of you, everybody, the honorable, the keynote speaker, the guests, the head of English department, and all the committee of the International Conference on English Language Teaching, Icon ELT 2025 in Unisma, Universitas Islam Malang. Alhamdulillah, first of all, we are from Simeo Kitab in Language. I'm Misbah Fikrianto and my colleague, Mr. Ridwan, as a moderator before. We would like to, this is a strategic moment for us to be co-host, to be co-host with, may I stand, okay. To be co-host with University Islam Malang to conduct the International English Conference. Because, nowadays, from 2021 and 2022, we have 5 development, like 5 development plan years, like ARENSA in Simeo Kitab in Language. Is the one of the the first indicators how to improve, how to enhance teachers and education personnel as well as student and others competence for the professional competence. As the one a part of English as a area specialty from the Simeo Kitab in Language. Now, we present about the Simeo Kitab in Language profile. Simeo Kitab in Language, this is in the screen, the keynote speaker, rectors, and Dr. Finita, Francisca, Dr. Zamzami, John Edward, and other speakers. Please continue to the slide because Simeo Kitab in Language is a part of the 26 center in Southeast Asia. We are focused to improve not only English, but actually we have 5 to 6 languages. The first Arabic, Japanese, Mandarin, German, and as well as mother tongue language in Indonesia, and then BIPA, Indonesian for the foreign language. You know, from UNESCO Asia, we have roadmap on mother tongue language from since 2025 to 2030. That's why from last year's SIKIL invite all of the Southeast Asia institution, not only for the higher university or the university, but actually from the independent or non-government organization to conduct, to join, to implement the roadmap on multilingual language. 2025, this is the second year to develop, to conduct that program, but actually, you know, in Southeast Asia, we still have a ASEAN commitment, yeah, like a mutual recognized agreement for the multilingual language. This is the SIAMIO, you know, the organization in Southeast Asia focus on the education, science, and culture. You know, we have three cluster: semiokitab in language, semiokitab in science, and semiokitab in science. The triplet, the organization focus on the kitab. We are still on the education and science clustering. That's the Semio Secretariat is located in Bangkok, Thailand, and until now we have 26 specialist institutions. Each center has governing board members, yes, of course. The same with the other center. We have governing board members from the 11 countries. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay. There are 8 SIAMIO affiliate members. University of Tsukuba. Now, 2025, we will conduct about the SIGLOC application dissemination on December. Join with Japan Foundation, SIAMIO Kitab in Language, and University of Tsukuba. Please, the other participant, contact Mr. Ridwan how to join. Yeah, how to, what is it, as a participant or as a collaborator, please contact Mr. Ridwan. And we have cooperate with the International Council for Open and Distance Education and also APSIU, British Council, BCCIE, the Education University of Hong Kong, and SIHAN and other partners. Next. SIAMIO Regional Center for Kitab in Language. This is our office located in South Jakarta. Officially established on January 2010 based on the 45th SIAMIO Conference in Cebu, Philippines, and soft launching on 13 July. On 2009, the same with the SIAMIO Kitab in Math and SIAMIO Kitab in Science. We are the, what is it, 3 center in the same bond and the same focus to develop teachers and education personnel. Next. Vision, how to be as a center of excellence, a professional excellence in the area language. Of course, to develop, to enhance the teacher competence and education personnel within the framework of the sustainable development. Language, not only as a language, like a language, a specific language, but language, I mean the widely languages, also include literacy, also what is it, you can, what is it, imagine about the some area of the culture as a part of the languages. We can also develop not only language as a linguistic, but language as widely. How? Languages as activities and as a program. Like, you know, we have 3 three, scope of the language, especially from our publication, Secure Journal of the Language Education, SJLA. We have like a linguistic, culture, and some area, a part of the languages. Next. 6, the last mother tongue. As said before, Arabic as a prime of first priority, and Indonesia language for the foreign learners, German, Japanese, and Mandarin. And we also involve the teacher of the English, because in Singapore, we have center excellent to develop, to improve the English, RELC. But also, Siamio Kitab in Language have a priority program involve the teacher of English and other foreign languages based on the needs or the demands. Because we have two kinds of programs. The first mandatory and the second about the customized program. Maybe from the participant have a specific request, specific propose to us, we develop, we create some customized program, not mandatory program, the specific from the A, B, C, the package for the 32, the package of the training, or some the how to develop combining as a professional, pedagogic, social, and also about the personality, competence of the teachers. Next. Scope, also we have at least 4. The first, capacity building. Capacity building include trainings, workshops, like a mini activity for the teachers, like a simulation, demonstration, like a project-based, problem-based, and collaborative, and etc. The second, about the research and development. This year, we conduct TPEC, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. Since 2021, after pandemic, TPEC as a prime approach to develop some kind of activity based on the technology as a part as the integrated approach. How to make not one method fixed for all, but we create some method and some approach to give the integrated service for the class and for the virtual. And the third, about the learning resources development, like a module, books, video, podcasts, magazine, and involve AI, artificial intelligence, like how to create the generative AI, conduct like a picture, like a movie, and like a mobile product. And the last, about the network, also Universitas Islam Malang, the one of the, the commitment, our commitment, not only to conduct the international conference, but also to develop like student mobility, student internship, lecture maybe, and other faculty members, how to create some customized program with our networking. We have a special network, but from the mandatory, from the Siamio, but also we are very open to the other institution to join with our priority program. Next. Based on the 5 years development plan, from the 2024 to 2029, we have 3 angle priority program. The first, literacy; the second, character; and the last, about the technology. Why? Because we must make a cluster from the 5 years development plan. which one, how to support the regional target, national target, and also the specific target from the CMO Secretariat. That's why we divide into 3 clusters. I think this is the appropriate based on the policy from our government, right? Literacy, technology, and character. This is we kind of the activities program we do as a research and development, and also about the capacity building, learning resources, and also management and financial and data publication, as well as a system approach. You know, we start from the input, we have some data based on our research, and we develop into process with so many activities, so many programs, and we achieve the target from the output and impact from the outcome. Next. 7 priority CMO. We also focus for the 3 areas from the CMO priority areas in the education side. The second area is about to address barriers to inclusion. The 5th area is how to enhance the teacher education. And the 7th area is how to adopt the 21st century curriculum. Now, we have a specific program for the deep learning, how to create some approach for the deep learning, not only how to improve the growth mindset, how to improve the inquiry collaborative, and how to improve how to use the digital technology, but also we have some like a specific package for especially language teachers and education personnel, like a specific materials, specific application to use into deep learning. We must start from the instructional design, right? How teachers make a lesson plan, and then how teachers make a combination from the instructional design, lesson plan, to implement for the student to the processing, and how to combine the other component of the ecosystem of the school, and how to achieve the targeting of the learning outcome. That's why we collaborate with other institutions how to develop some like a specific program to implement deep learning. Next. The Center Strategic Framework for the 2025 until 2030, we have 2 clusters, the first global and the second regional. How to foster multilingual education, including in children's first language, and then how to promote inclusive and equitable education, how to develop and disseminate exemplary practices on ECD and GCED, and then for the cluster regional, how to invite the participant balance for male and female, because you know language teacher majority more than 75% is female, but actually we must also how to invite male teachers, yeah, not for the same the quantity, but at least minimum we are very open to combine male and female activities, and how the participation of female and male students in the Center International Exchange Program, both online and offline. You know, now we conduct as a flipped class approach. The student first, we serve about the online materials, and the student do the self-learning, and after that, we invite the student in the one group, one classroom, how to disseminate the lesson learned after the student get some materials. And then the center involvement to train English primary education teachers. Why? Because, nowadays, English as start from our law, Indonesia, from the primary school in 2027 for the first grade, for the second or third grade, the student must learn English. That's why how to center involvement to train English primary education teachers. And the last, center support for the quality apprenticeship. Next. We have more than 10 programs, at least around 20 until 25 programs each year. But this is the 10 priority programs, from the training or workshop on pedagogical and professional competence, research on various topics related to language education. In this year, we are focused on TPEC, how to collect the data from the Southeast Asia countries, from the school, from the Asia, because sometimes we have a different policy and different situation, how to use the technological on the classroom. Yeah. And then Annual International Symposium of Foreign Language, ISOFOL, secure Caltex, secure capture language teaching practices in Cambodia and Vietnam, and also other countries, because from the Thailand and Timor-Leste, CQ have a specific targeted to collect the data from the other countries, from the Cambodia and Vietnam also. Collecting academic article, we have SJLA, and then another priority programs. Next. Capacity building, we have three kinds of the capacity building: regular training, fully or partial funded from CQ, in-country training conducted the participant from the Southeast Asia country, funded by the institution requesting the training. 2 years ago, we have like a mandatory from the government to conduct the in-country training for the specific request. Like a Timor-Leste request to develop BIPA. BIPA, Bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing. BIPA conduct to the Timor-Leste, because Timor-Leste long years have like a BIPA teachers to develop. And then the customized training designed and implemented by the request from the other countries. Next. Capacity building to improve the pedagogical capacity, professional capacity, social, and also personality of the teachers and education personnel. Next. And also research and development, how to develop of modules, books, policy brief, policy memo, policy papers, and how to publicate in some publication from the Southeast Asia. And secure capture language teaching practices, Caltex, some school in Southeast Asia have like a specific finding. From the CQ perspective, how to combine the specific, the competitive and comparative advantage from each school in Southeast Asia. How to create a new formula, how to create a new strategy based on the finding from the school in Southeast Asia. Next. Gets by Sikil, we have some specific application called name by Gets by Sikil. This is like a LMS, how to audience participation register to fulfill the personality information, and after that choose about the course, take a part of the course, and until take a lesson, and then get the certificate automatically by the application. We can call the Gets by Sikil. Next. Sikil products, we have journal, we have magazine, we have books, we have modules, and we have also a digital products. Next. And also the learning model videos. We have a video podcast, video, learning video, and video like video script by the specific area of a part of learning outcome. Teachers request to Sikil. Sikil can develop like a purposive video, just a part of the learning outcome, as a specialist of the, maybe how to develop learning videos of the narrative or descriptive text maybe. And then Sikil develop a script and then to create the specific video from the teacher request. Okay? And then the publication free download at our website, kitabinlanguage.org. Also available on Siamio Kitab in Language YouTube channel and also Instagram and others publication. Next, SJLA, our journal. Next, SJLA also, and the last video. Okay, partnership and collaboration. We have at least collaboration with 4 institutions. The first government of the state institution, and the second the private institution, and the third about the academic institution, and the last about join with the non-government organization. We have ministry, of course, international institution, local government, Center for Teachers Development and Training, universities and polytechnic, government agencies, school and vocational institution, industry and private sectors, media, professional community networks, and independent organization. Last slide. Let's connect, please. If you want to download the other publication, the other materials, you can scan the QR code, the barcode. Let's connect our profile. Next video? No? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give a big round of applause for Bapak Dr. Misbah Fikrianto. Well, we move to the next session, which is question and answer. I would love to invite any question from the participants. Before we invite the question from the participant, let me present the recap of the presentation. Bapak Dr. Misbah Fikrianto just now introduced the profile of Sikil. Sikil is the South Asia Minister of Quality. Quality improvement of teachers and education, Kitab in language. Where the Sikil's profile is, the ultimate goal is to improve the quality of teachers and education in personnel in South Asia. And then Dr. Misbah just now also introduced the Sikil vision and mission and the area specialization, especially in Arabic. Indonesian language for foreign language, and then German, Japanese, Mandarins, and mother tongue. And also Sikil also involve teachers of English and in Indonesian language, as well as French and other foreign language. All right. Is there any question? Yes, we have one question from Bapak Dr. Imam Wahyudi, and also later we invite a question from Dr. Faruk Ubaidillah. Siap.
Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Misbah, for a very great introduction to Sikil and also the program. My name is Imam from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, English Education Study Program. About the policy, new policy from the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Indonesia to strengthen the quality of English education in Indonesia. What are the future hope of the English with education practice in Indonesia? Because what we know already in Indonesian school and Indonesian teachers, the problem of English mastery, especially English speaking skill, is not really good compared with the other countries like Malaysia, Philippines, and maybe also Thailand. What kind of program in the future that might be available for school, maybe, or maybe for English department student who are planning to be English teacher soon? So my question is about the policy thing in line with the Ministry of Education and Culture, because we know that recently our Ministry of to focus on English, improving the quality of English education in elementary school or secondary school. So the second one is about the opportunity in the future. Would it be good opportunity for English teachers, or what, in your opinion, in the future of English education in Indonesia compared to Philippines, Thailand, and maybe, for example, Malaysia? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imam Wahyudi Karimullah, for the question. Well, Pak Imam just now asking about the future program by Sikil, especially regarding to the policy of Ministry Education related to the quality of English education in primary and in secondary school, Pak Misbah.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Imam. The first, Semiokitab in language very strongly support to implement English as a priority language from not only from the primary and secondary school, but from the early childhood. Because based on compare with, based on the second question, compare with the other countries, especially Singapore, Philippines, Thailand, English as a language specific subject from the early childhood school. And then based on based on our policy, Sikil, to support the government policy English subject to implement from the primary school, the first some of Sikil staff as a national facilitator, Mr. Ridwan, Ms. Susi, as a national facilitator, because program from Semiokitab in language must be aligned, must be in line with the government. The first that we can support for for the national facilitator. And the second, CQ develop some materials. Because if we just wait from the government, we can get like a mandatory materials, like a book, just formal books, chapter 1, just how to achieve the learning outcome, some materials and some like exercise, like activity. But CQ also develop for the digital product. Digital product. The student have three kind of the learning of style: auditory, visuality, and kinesthetic. And how CQ to develop digital product to support the English from not only from the primary or the elementary school, but also from the early childhood. And the second, the last, CQ conduct research. CQ conduct research about the impact from the English subject if government make a compulsory subject just from the third or fourth level from the elementary school. Because in Indonesia, start from the elementary school, we just have like guru class. What is it, guru class? Classroom teachers, or what is it? Home teachers, just homeroom teachers. If, the school requests the additional, how each school have English teachers. Because teachers from, state school different from the private school. Maybe from the private school is no problem. We can open the teacher vacancy to apply the English teacher. But how? From the state school. We must propose first to the, BKD, the district of the city, or the district of the city, as well as responsible to open the teachers. And then after that, we must have a long process to achieve that target. Okay, Pak Imam?
Is that answering your question, Pak Imam? I do apologize, Pak Farouk, because of the time constraint.
It's okay. Yeah. Time.
Because of the time, I have to close the question and answer session, and Pak Misbah also have to be in Surabaya by now. All right. Thank you very much for your participation and your speech, Bapak Dr. Misbah, and your support to our international conference. I would love to wait for your next agenda in the upcoming conference in next year. Okay, thank you Pak Misbah for your speech, and thank you everyone. Last, I would love to say, Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we are honored to witness the signed Memorandum of Agreement BKS between SIKIL, represented by Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, Deputy Director for Administration SIKIL, and the English Education Department FKIP Universitas Islam Malang, represented by Bapak Eko Suhartoyo MPD, Head of the English Education Department. And also respectfully invite the Vice Dean of FKIP Unisma and the Chairperson of ICANN ELT 2025, Ibu Ika Hidayati MPD, to accompany the signing process. This collaboration marks our shared commitment to strengthening academic partnership and enhancing the implementation of the 6th ICANN ELT International Conference on English Language Teaching. Give it applause for the signing of memorandum agreement. Thank you very much for the SIKIL represented by Dr. Misbah Fikrianto as Deputy Director and also the English Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Islam Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to SIKIL and the English Education Department for the successful signing of cooperation agreement. We deeply appreciate this meaningful partnership. Now, we will proceed to the next highlight of today's agenda. We are now entering the fourth keynote session of the 6th ICANN ELT 2025. Today, this keynote will be delivered online by one of our distinguished international speakers. The keynote speakers, Professor John Edward Dormer, PhD from Taylor University, USA, with the keynote topic, Prioritizing Authenticity in the Age of Artificial, a Real Lens for Language Teaching and Learning. This session will explore how authenticity can be preserved and strengthened in a world increasingly influenced by artificial tools, system, and interaction, an essential perspective of educators, researchers, and practitioners of ELT in today's digital age. With the moderator, Dr. Ati Umama, MPD, this keynote will run for 1.5 hours, which includes both the presentation and the Q&A session with the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor John Dormer, who has already joined us online via Zoom. And now, to lead this keynote session, I proudly hand the session over to our moderator, Dr. Ati Umama, MPD. Please welcome and come to the stage, Dr. Ati Umama, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, presenters, and participants who are joining both on site and online. This is the first plenary session on the second day of the 6th ICANN ELT 2025. My name is Ati Umama, and I feel very honored to serve as the moderator for this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to welcome an outstanding speaker whose extensive experience in ELT has inspired many educators around the world. Please join me in welcoming and giving a warm round of applause to Professor John Edward Dormer from Taylor University, USA. Well, let me greet Prof. Dormer at first. Hello, Prof. Dormer. How are you?
Hello.
Good morning
Hello.
from
It's
Indonesia.
Good to see you today. Yes.
Yes, good to see you again. Thank you. Prof. Dormer, allow me to share a brief introduction about your professional background to our participants. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor John Dormer is a professor of TESOL and currently serves as the director of ESL and TESOL programs at Taylor University. With her Doctor of Education from the University of Toronto, her expertise spans teacher development, curriculum design, and also cross-cultural education. She has worked in diverse global contexts, including in Brazil, Kenya, and also in Indonesia. She visited UNISMA for several times. And then she has published extensively on English language teaching and cross-cultural reconciliation. And also, she has published some books, such as What School Leaders Need to Know About English Learners and Teaching English for Reconciliation. And her current publication, entitled ELT Basics, Teaching English for, ELT Basics, A Beginner's Guide to English Language Teaching, was published in TESOL Press in 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this plenary session, Prof. Dormer will be presenting a fresh and thought-provoking topic, prioritizing authenticity in the age of artificial, a real lens for language teaching and learning. I believe that this topic holds a great importance to discuss further, especially about the position of teachers in the massive use of AI in our ELT context. So, without further delay, I would like to invite Professor John Edward Dormer to deliver the plenary address. So, Prof. Dormer, you will have around 45 minutes for the presentation. Then we will continue with the Q&A session for around 15 minutes. So, Professor Dormer, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Should I share my screen or will someone be putting up the slides?
If it is better for you to share your own screen, it will be okay. But if you think that it is easier for us to help you with the screen, so which one convenience to you?
Did that work to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad that worked. Okay, thank you so much. It is very good to be with you again there at UNISMA, even though this is virtually. I'm very thrilled to be able to present at this conference. So thank you for the invitation. I loved hearing the previous session about AI and everything that AI can do. And we are just seeing so much development so quickly that I think it is taking all of us educators by storm, kind of. And as we are learning to deal with this new reality and use it in good ways, I think it is important for us to come back to the human element. And so I've entitled my talk today on prioritizing authenticity in the age of artificial, a real lens for language teaching and learning. It has been mentioned that my latest book is ELT Basics. And if you read that book, you will see a lot about authentic language teaching. So to be very authentic here, I want to show you my family. This is who I am. I am a mom of 2 grown daughters. You can see my daughters there. They both grew up a majority of their years in Indonesia. So they are part Indonesian as well. And now they have both married, and I have 4 beautiful grandsons. Wow. And I am very pleased that all of my grandsons are in bilingual education. 2 of them are learning Japanese alongside English, and the other two are learning Spanish along with English. So I'm very pleased that they all embrace multilingualism as we all should. My daughters, especially my oldest daughter, did learn quite a bit of Indonesian while she was here, and so she actually did her master's thesis interviews in Indonesia in Indonesian. So we have a lot of different languages going on in our family. Okay, so getting into my talk, it's not as cute or nice as seeing my grandsons, but here we go. So let's think about this. In an age of rapidly evolving AI, how can we preserve the human element in language teaching and learning? That's what I want you to think about. And I think there are a lot of you right there in the room. I would like to give you a minute to talk about this with a neighbor. How can we preserve the human element? And if you are not there with a neighbor, maybe you could ask ChatGPT about this if you are at home online. So I'll give you a minute to think and talk about this. Okay, I will move on now. I hope you had a minute or so to talk. I have come up with an acronym that I like to use to focus us as teachers on the human element, and that acronym is REAL, R-E-A-L. We are going to talk about relationships, engagement, authenticity, and life. And for each one of those, we're going to ask the questions: what is it? Why do we need it? And how can we bring it into our teaching? And for each one, I'm going to close with a story of authentic teaching, but I'm purposely going to bring in stories that do utilize technology, because the whole focus in this session, in this conference, is on the appropriate use of technology. So I will make each of these stories somehow related to technology. First, we talk about relationships. What do we mean by that? We mean prioritizing relationships in teaching. Both teacher-student and student-student relationships really do matter in the classroom. They are important. Pasquale is a colleague of mine in English language teaching and teacher training, and he has written a recent article on the use of AI in English language teaching. And he wrote, "In a time when so much is driven by data and automation, the most radical thing we can do may be to stay relational." Can we stay relational as we engage in AI, as we utilize technology? Can we still prioritize relationships? I believe we can and should. Why? Language acquisition is social and relational by nature. One can't get too far into the SLA or second language acquisition journey before culture comes into play. And culture is human. And this has been pointed out by many people, including Cramch in 2009 and since then. How will the emphasis on culture change with AI? There will be changes, but can we still prioritize human culture? Relationships contribute many good things to the SLA journey, including motivation, practice, feedback. All of that is better positioned in relationships than, for instance, with a chatbot. We learn more, we gain more, we have more motivation when all of those things happen with real relationships. Relationships are at the core of humanized education. Education that is about more than banking information. So banking information has been a term that has been used when we just learn facts. We learn information, we bank it. No, language use is not banked information. It is real, tangible skills of communicating within relationships. So how can we still prioritize relationships in the age of AI? Build relationships with your students. Now, even if you are teaching online, you can do this. I have spent many years of my academic journey teaching online, and I still endeavor to build those relationships with my students. Use methods in which students can talk and strengthen relationships with each other. I think we are all well aware now that the age of lecturing in language classrooms is past, and that if we want students to actually develop language skill, that does not happen through lecture. It happens when students talk to each other. And that kind of talk happens best within relationships. We want to seek technology, utilizing technology that involves real people, such as having students work together on a project which also uses technology. For example, why can't two students work together to utilize AI instead of one student working independently utilizing AI? If we add in that second student so that it is a pair activity where two students are working together, but they are also utilizing AI together, then we bring a human element into that rather than just working with ChatGPT or another AI platform. The story I want to tell involves connecting students in Africa with my students in America for them to have real relationships and learn and grow together. So when we did this, I noticed that students were connecting through WhatsApp and other forms to make connections, to get to know one another, to use their English, right? But also, a lot of the students were using AI to help formulate their responses. And what was interesting was that as students utilized AI, their partners who were back in America and were not utilizing AI because English is their native language, they could help to ask more questions to make sure the communication was actually authentic. And it was coming from the hearts and thoughts of the African students rather than just being AI-generated responses. So we found that as the American students interacted and questioned, the African students to take a step back and make sure what AI was saying for them was what they actually wanted to say. And I think one potential for the future is to bring AI into pair and group work. I think there's a lot of potential with that. Okay, let's go on to engagement. When we use the term engagement in language teaching, we are talking about students being involved in the use of the language. We don't want them to be passive receivers. So, what is it? It is when students are not passive receivers, but are active discoverers and language users. They are an active part of the process. They are not passive in their learning. Students are working with other learners, with the teacher, and with the content. Now, each of those with other learners and the teacher, those are human relationships. Students are also interacting and engaging with the content. I really like ISP Nation's model, and if you haven't seen his 2 books on teaching reading and writing and teaching speaking and listening, they are very good. And he emphasizes 4 things in language classes: input, output, fluency building, and language development. But those 3 first ones, input, output, and fluency building, those have to occur with engagement. So as students receive input, as they produce output, as they are building their fluency, all of that must be engaged learning, and we cannot forget that. Why? Active engagement promotes true learning and the ability to use what has been learned. And this is in my latest book, ELT Basics. Engagement results in sustained learning and improved motivation. Now, you might enjoy the picture there at the bottom. This is, I used to teach at a school in Malang, and this is actually a picture of my daughter helping me teach English in this classroom. And you might notice that students are passing around an orange. They were learning names of fruits, and so they were in small groups to pass fruits around a circle and say the names and ask each other what it was. So we used to do things like this when I taught in this school, and the students were very engaged, and I am certain that it much helped their motivation for learning English. So how? Use pair and group work in which no one can be passive. So you don't want any bystanders in an English language classroom. So sometimes in small group work, there can be bystanders. So I actually like to use more pair work than small group work. When technology is used, make sure that it is engaging technology, that it is not passive. Anytime students are just using technology, getting a result, passively using that or claiming it as their own or adopting it, that is passive, that is not engagement, and that will not lead to good language acquisition. I really like the the topic of linguistic hospitality, which comes from Ricoeur in 1992. It's been a long-standing topic or construct. But this is an ethical posture that embraces openness and mutual respect in language interactions. And this is not something that we can experience through technology. This takes real human interaction to experience linguistic hospitality. The story I'm going to tell for this one about engagement is a recent one in my classes at Taylor University. So most of my work is in teacher education, but I also do teach an advanced class in academic reading and writing for our international students who come and still need to develop their English. So as AI was coming out last year, I did a new type of activity in one of my classes utilizing AI because I wanted students to experience an appropriate use of AI rather than just, for example, having it generate a paper for them, which is not what we want to happen. So I had them write a response in class to a writing prompt, and in class they had to write it on paper with a pen, utilizing no technology at all. So then they had to copy that into ChatGPT. So this was my hope that there was no AI enhancement to their writing. It truly was their own. And then they typed that into ChatGPT. And then the question I posed to them was, okay, ask ChatGPT to make this sound like a native speaker. Okay? Now, my students all thought that that was going to be the end. Like that is the end goal. I want to make my writing sound like a native speaker. They were very surprised when I then told them, no, that is not the goal. Now I want you to take the writing that AI produced and I want you to criticize it. I want you to think about if it lost your voice, if it made it not sound like you. Did it put in idioms, for example, that you would not use? And if so, what is the loss then of your own voice? We don't want AI to take over and give you a voice that is not your voice. Now, all of that was a lot of engagement on the students' part. They had to think deeply about their initial writing and how AI made it sound, and as a native speaker, and if they were okay with that. And I kept urging them to not be okay with that because I felt like their voice and who they are was being lost in the nativizing of their writing. So this is just an example of how AI can be used to engage students, but then to cause them to think very deeply about voice and identity, the native, non-native speaker issue, which we know that native speakers do not make better English teachers. And we know the reality of world Englishes, right? that there are many different versions of English that are accepted in different places at different times for different purposes. So students thought deeply about this. Okay, let's go on to A, authenticity. What is it? SLA, or second language acquisition, that results in the ability to engage in real-world language use for real-world purposes. Authenticity is real-world. Now, you could argue that in our world today, AI is real-world. To me, real-world still means people. Actual people, and using language for communication between people. Bringing language out of the textbook or out of the chatbot and into relationships. It is utilizing language to accomplish real-world tasks. I had a chapter in a TESOL publication that was on task-based learning. I've been a fan of task-based language instruction for many years. And I wrote a chapter called Where Can I Get My Shoe Fixed? Authentic Tasks for Students in EFL Settings. And this was a real experience that I had when I was teaching in Brazil, where my English students would have to work with visitors, helping them know things like this. Where can I get my shoe fixed? And they would have to prepare directions and be involved in dialogue that would be helping people find places and resources that they needed in a new country. And so that's the basis of that chapter. Why? Why do we need authenticity? We should not waste our students' time by teaching them language that is not authentic. It needs to be authentic in human interaction. Authentic language is imperfect and flawed and human. Students need to experience language interactions that do not proceed predictably. Now, on one hand, I think that AI is going to give us an improvement on this. How many of you, and you won't be able to raise hands and show me, but how many of you memorize things like, hello, how are you? My name is, what's your name? And then the first time you interact with a foreigner who speaks English, you go, hello, how are you? And they do not answer, I'm fine, how are you? Instead, they answer, great, what's up? Or something like that. So we know that our textbooks in the past were often quite out of date in the English that they were teaching and the real English that people were using. So AI now will do much better than that. It doesn't take 20 years, it's not a 20-year process to publish AI like it used to be to publish a textbook, right? So AI has a lot more potential, I think, to give us real dialogues that can help us teach our students real language and how that language is different in different contexts. So I think that will be a potentially very good use of AI. Still, the end goal is not the AI dialogue the dialogue of greetings maybe that AI will generate. No, that's not the end goal. The end goal is using that language with a real person. So how can we still emphasize authenticity? We can have students produce authentic text and language. Again, this was highlighted in that publication. We can consider more authentic forms of assessment, such as portfolios and projects. And we can leverage technology for connections across the globe. So increasingly, we can use technology to interact with real people. Increasingly, there's no real excuse in, but I don't have anyone to speak English with. Well, we can connect now across the globe, and we should be leveraging that connection with real people even more than we are now leveraging like a chat bot to speak English with. The story I want to tell involves a school right there in Malang, a junior high or middle school that I used to take students to. They would prepare an English presentation for us about how to make batik. And they practically their whole semester in their English class involved the preparation to teach us batik. And my students that I brought from the United States, they loved this. It was so successful, the students did such a good job, and it was so authentic. And the last time we were there, that school could not provide that for us. And so I hope that the next time I bring a group of students, there will be a school that can do something like that for us. Just putting a tip out there for all of those of you who teach in Malang. Okay, and finally we come to the L of life. And what do I mean by that? I mean valuing the whole person. When students are in our classroom, we have to remember that they are not just absorbing English. They are there with whatever issues they're dealing with that day. They are there with relationship concerns, maybe. They're there with maybe health concerns, with maybe financial concerns. These are whole people. And when they walk into our classroom, we need to treat them as whole people. Again, my colleague Pasquale, in his recent article on AI in English language education, says, technology can enhance our work, but it can't replicate the moments of trust, empathy, and insight that happen when people learn together. Why is it so important that we understand the whole person and that we focus on life in general? Again, I like to go back to this concept of linguistic hospitality. This is a recognition that language-using human beings are spiritual, emotional, and relational. We have all these aspects in us, and we don't cease being these things when we go into a classroom and think about education or intellect. We don't turn off these other parts of ourselves and just be intellectual, for example. We are still all of these things. We are still emotional. We are still relational. We are still spiritual beings. Language is a vehicle for life. So in the language classroom, we have even more scope to address the whole person than, for example, in a history classroom or a math classroom or a science classroom, because language is crucial to life. It is involved in all parts of our lives. And in the English language classroom, we basically choose the things we talk about, where students will be using English. They will be practicing English, talking about what? Well, we bring in all of these other things that are emotional or relational, and any of those other pieces of our lives can come into English classroom. We ultimately should care much more about students as whole beings, not just as receivers of our class content. How do we do this? Well, first, we interact. We have to interact. We know that interaction is one of the main pillars of second language acquisition. And here I've drawn from my own book, but that is built on many other resources, such as Michael Lessard-Clouston, who wrote the book Second Language Acquisition in English Language Teaching, where we know that interaction is a pillar of second language acquisition methodology. While AI can mimic certain features of conversation, it ultimately lacks the emotional presence, unpredictability, and mutual responsiveness that define genuine human interaction. This quote to me is very important. AI can do many things, but this is something it cannot do. It interacts with us based on all of its input, but it doesn't have the emotional presence, unpredictability, and responsiveness that define genuine human interaction. AI will never be human. It can replicate many things that humans do, but we have to remember at the end of the day that it is not a human person. We want to always teach the student, not the content. My teaching has evolved. Now I'm in my 40th year of teaching, and over the years, I have seen myself grow from focusing on the content. In my early years, I especially focused on writing and teaching English writing. And I have seen my emphasis morph into the current reality that I have, that I teach people. I teach real students with real needs, real areas that they understand well or they don't understand. They may have specific needs for English. So these are real people, and we teach real people. Cast technology in a supporting role, not a leading role. Make sure that technology is used well for certain purposes and design that use well. Make sure it is not the leader. Make sure it is not the decision maker. My story to end this last one is that I have been in teacher training now for many years, over 20 years. And the teachers that I have mentored, they are implementing things that they learned from my English classes, not only in their classrooms, but also in their relationships. I've had students tell me that some things that they learned in my English classes have applied to their marriages, to their parenting, to their community service. And that makes me even happier than hearing their good English, because that helps me know that my English classes have been life-giving in broader ways than just teaching people English. And that is what I have always hoped for in my English classes, that they would be life-giving beyond just knowing English grammar and vocabulary. So I end with a challenge for you to consider. How are you doing in teaching for real relationships, engagement, authenticity, life? And share something you would like to implement as you teach in the world of AI, but still prioritize what is real. And here is my reference slide. And now I will stop my share so that we can go into the question and answer time. I would be very happy to hear any questions or applications and comments that you have.
All right. That is the presentation from Professor Dormer, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for her. So, Professor Dormer, thank you very much for the inspiring and insightful presentation. And the picture of the multicultural family is so lovely. Well, after listening to the presentation from Professor Dormer, I believe that this session has truly sparked meaningful reflections for all of us, especially we as teachers, and also there are quite many students here. We need to reflect on how we can integrate AI without losing the human dimension, especially in terms of the WHEEL, the acronym REAL. Dear ladies and gentlemen, do you still remember? The acronym REAL stands for what? The R stands for relationship. And then what about the E? Engagement. And then the A? Authenticity. And the last one, the L? Life. Very nice. So Professor Dormer reminds us not to leave the human dimension, although we are now facing the era of AI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for the Q&A session. I will invite perhaps 2 or 3 questions, and Professor Dormer will directly answer each question. So let me invite from the on-site. Please raise your hand and then mention your full name, your institution, and your brief question. Someone is raising hand. Bapak in red.
Yeah, do I need to stand up?
That would be better.
Okay, Professor Dormer, can you see me?
Can
okay.
you spotlight the participant? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, there. I can see you now.
Oh,
Good.
yeah. To be honest, yeah, in the beginning of the presentation, I feel sleepy. But when I see the interesting material that you have already presented to us, and the energetic atmosphere that you share to us, like you are transforming the positive energy to me, then I stay awake. So, the best points that you have presented, because you concern on the real applications of how do we use AI in our classroom activity. But today the question is related with the paradigm, the change paradigms in our educations and also our society. Yeah, let me read you the question because I have already written and prepared it well for you. Yeah. Okay, the question is this, because many teachers of Indonesia and also all society believe that by integrating the education to more digitalized and more technology, AI use, so they believe that the education is already have high quality. That's the problem. But something that's rising in our society is that, and also in our educations, when teacher integrated AI in their classrooms, they integrated extremely and without any consideration. Also ignoring the most important thing that we have to actually transfer to our students related with teachers' role, and also social interaction among students and also students' collaboration that you have already mentioned. So my question, since society mindset has not really changed, what is the best way to shift the mindset and correct the misleading educational paradigm so we can create a balanced relationship between human roles and AI in our educations? So this is about mindset, to change the teacher's mindset and also the society mindset related with our education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm sorry, Bapak, would you please mention your full name, your affiliation?
Oh yeah. My name is Hoironi from Unisma.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Professor Dormer, you can directly answer the question.
Yes, I think it's a wonderful question to ask about mindset, because that is actually one of my biggest fears moving into this age of AI, that it will cause people not to think as deeply about many of the issues that we need to consider in education broadly, and also in language education. And I think it's critical to develop that mindset in teachers that is a cautious mindset, that doesn't look at AI as, oh, good, we don't have to do as much work anymore, but instead questions, okay, we have this tool, we have this capacity, how can we use it wisely? What could be some dangers that it could bring? So I think it is very important that schools that are training teachers like Unisma and like where I work at Taylor, we have to be thinking about teachers' mindsets and how they are going to perceive AI. Primarily from my perspective, my first response to that as a teacher educator is to build in cautions. Unlike some people who are fully embracing AI, I am more cautious about it. And I think that especially where there might be a tendency for students to rely too much on AI, like having AI write their papers for them, we really need to have conversations with teachers about the dangers of that and how they will actually learn the material that they will need to know as teachers, and the fact that they won't be doing this learning if AI writes their paper. How do you change mindset? How do you work on teachers' mindsets? I think that has to be, again, real in-person conversations in the classroom. And we have to be having those conversations to help teachers think of AI cautiously. And what I am trying to do is I'm trying to build in assignments that do utilize AI, but in an appropriate way. I'm trying to actively teach my teacher trainees when to and not to use AI. And if we just let it be whatever it will be and we don't do that active instruction, I think we will see problems. Thank you for the question.
All right, that is the very thoughtful response from Professor Dormer. So, but you need to have a conversation with the students to discuss how dangerous it is to heavily rely on AI. All right, thank you for the question, and I think one more question from the on-site participants. Bapak or Ibu Ajina Rozik is raising hand. The committee, would you please help to spotlight? Bapak, I'm sorry, Bapak Ajina Rozik. Please deliver your question to Professor Dormer, Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Good morning.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Committee, would you please spotlight Bapak Ajina Rozik?
Ya Bu, baik Bu. Honorable Professor Jen Dormer, thank you so much for the material given us, and thank you so much for UNISMA. And don't forget to thank to moderator. Allow me, I am Ajina Rozik. I'm from Kangean Island. I'm as a teacher at SMP Negeri 2 Kangayan. Kangean Island, it is Timur Island. It's including, it's part of human agency, Maduris. I'm Maduris. I'm so sorry, although my English is not so good. I hope my English can be unstable. I hope you can understand what I mean.
Yes,
thank you so much. When we talk AI, of course, in Kangean Island, especially in my school, it is I have no electricity, I have no internet. It's very difficult for me to get it here. When we talk about technology, but some of students feels easily to know AI. As a proverb, buku adalah jendela dunia. Book is window, the world window. Book is the window, the world window. The proverb. Many students is very lazy to read the book because of AI. I have a library, but if I invite students to go library, of course it is make a lazy to read the book because of AI. Oh, it is. I think AI is very simple to find anything. So my question is, I need your knowledge. How can the teachers prepare students use AI responsibly while valuing human communication skills. Thank you.
Yes. So one of the problems you're facing is the students no longer want to read because they can get the information quickly and in Indonesian probably through AI, right? Is that your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Yes. So we share the same problem. Mr. Rusik?
Yes.
We share the same problem. Around the world, it is problematic that students do not read. So we have a crisis of reading in our own country, in the United States. Many of us in education, we are calling it that, a crisis. Students no longer read. They want to just get the summary from AI. Sometimes they don't even want to read AI. Sometimes they want just an oral summary. So globally, this is a problem. It is a big problem, I think. And I'll tell you what I have done with my students at Taylor University. I don't know if this is going to be helpful for you or not, but this semester I started implementing reading worksheets that are physical paper worksheets. Now, in the past, I did not like to use worksheets. I liked technology. I liked students submitting their summaries online through the learning management system that we use at Taylor. But I have now gone back to physical worksheets that people have to fill out with a pen or pencil, and physical books. So I encourage students to have physical books. And so as I have started using this system, I have asked my students about it, and I have asked them if it has helped them be motivated to read. And they have said that it has, because they are away from their computers when they do this. They have to be in a physical place with a physical book and their worksheet, their paper and their pen. And they are not to be near a computer when they do their reading. And my students who are diligent students say this helps them to refocus on actual reading. Now, students who want to get around it, they still can. They can put my questions into ChatGPT and it can spit out answers, and then they can write those answers on their worksheet. So there is really no getting around the fact that students can get around anything now. But we can encourage good practices, and that's what I'm trying to do.
All right.
Thank you. Very good question, and it's a global problem.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Professor Dormer. So, Pak Ajina Rozik, hopefully that the answer from Prof. Dormer gives you some enlightenment and to inspire you to do just like kind of going back to the traditional way. Though we have AI today, but it is okay to sometimes going back to the traditional way, to the conventional way, using books and pens, just like what Professor Dormer experienced and explained to us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry due to the time constraint because we still have the last plenary session. Therefore, we have to end this session now. So I would like to thank you everyone for who shared the questions. I also want to deliver my gratitude to our plenary speaker today, Professor John Edwards Dormer. Everybody please give her a round of applause. Okay. Thank you. And then
It was very good to be with you today. Thank you.
yeah, but wait, to show our appreciation, Professor, we would like to share a token of appreciation. Dear committee, would you please? Okay, this is the token of appreciation for you, Professor Dormer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it was
thank
my
you so
honor
much.
to be here.
Right, okay. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I would also express my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for your engagement during this session. And allow me to end this session by sharing a quote. It is generated from AI. No matter how powerful technology becomes, it will never ever match the heart, empathy, and purpose of human mind. Thank you very much, everyone. Ati Umar signs up. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Prof. John and Dr. Ati Umama for leading the insightful discussion. Now we will continue to the final keynote session of Icon ELT 2025. But before that, let's watch the video for all the participants from Mr. Willie. Let's enjoy the video.
Good morning, everybody. You may have seen me in the conference poster and also in the conference program, and probably are looking forward to my presentation this morning. Unfortunately, I'm unable to be with you due to a visa problem, and I'm so sorry for not being able to be with you. Fortunately though, Dr. Yvonne of the University of Malang has graciously agreed to take my place, and let me assure you that she is a very capable, very knowledgeable scholar about technology and about how technology can be used in language teaching. Well, actually, she knows more about technology. She knows more about how to use technology to engage students in language classroom than me. As you listen to her, please ask yourself 3 questions. Question number 1, in what ways can technology improve the quality of your teaching? I think that is very, very important. Unless technology is used in ways that can improve your teaching, then there's no point of using technology. Question number 2, in what ways can technology be utilized to increase the engagement level of your students? Remember, one important thing about language learning or about education in general is that you want to make sure as a teacher, you want to make sure that your students are fully and completely engaged during the teaching that happens or the learning that happens in the classroom. So unless the students are engaged, there's a very little chance that they will be able to learn optimally in your lesson. And question number 3, in what ways can technology be used to improve your students' English language proficiency? This is probably the most important because most of you are English language teachers, and one of your most important jobs actually is to help your students improve on their English language proficiency. And I've seen cases of how technology can actually be used, to help improve your students' English language proficiency. So these are 3 questions that I would like you to think about as you listen to Dr. Yvonne's presentation and also to the other speakers' presentations. Well, I hope you have a great conference and also find time to do a little bit of sightseeing in Malang.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our last keynote speaker for this year's conference. With the keynote speaker, Dr. Francisca Maria Yvonne SPD MA PhD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. with the keynote topic Teaching English with Digital Tools and AI. Keep learning meaningful, equitable, and human. This keynote will highlight how English language teaching can remain deeply meaningful, inclusive, and human-centered even while utilizing digital innovation and the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. This final keynote session will be leading the moderator Dr. Muhammad Faruk Ubaidillah MPD. This closing keynote session will also run for approximately 1.5 hours, which includes both the presentation and the Q&A session. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Francisca Maria Yvonne.
All right, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here, to be moderating all of you here on this end of our sessions. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, my name is Dr. Farooq, and this is my great pleasure to be with Dr. Yvonne, a very great names in the areas of language learning and technology. And she is quite well cited in terms of research and also some academic talks. I also have joined a lot number of your talks and conferences and academic sessions, and wow, it's great to have Dr. Francisca Maria Yvonne at UNISMA, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Yvonne. Dr. Yvonne is an associate professor at the Department of English, Faculty of Letters, State University of Malang, and he was also a visiting scholar at the National Institute of Education, NYE, National Technological University of Singapore. And yeah, as you know well, Dr. Yvonne has worked a lot on language learning and technology and related areas. And once I attended your conference was in Korea TESOL conference last year or a couple of years ago, Doctor. Right, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please put your hands together in welcoming Dr. Yvonne from State University of Malang. So, Doctor, 45 minutes to talk, please.
All right, so I have 45 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Usually, I don't like to be on a stage because I like to be closer to the audience. Okay, so I'm going to step down if it's fine with you. I'm closer to my computer and my clicker. It may not work if I'm too far. So once again, my name is Yvonne. Just call me Yvonne. Today I'll be talking about teaching English with digital technology and AI. So keeping learning meaningful, equitable, and human. So some of my talk will be quite relevant and close to what Professor Jan Domer earlier. All right. Right, okay. So if I'm doing this, then please help me out. Okay. What could an English language classroom look like in the era of AI? So I generated two images. This is the first one. What do you think about my first picture? Scary. But will we reach that point? Perhaps, we don't know. We don't know anything about anything anymore. Right. Right, this is the second one. Less scary, but is it still scary? Less scary. But when you work with AI, how do you view it? Is it a person? Is it an entity? Is it a persona? There are many things that AI can do, but they are not human. Okay, so whatever they do will be up to us, human. Okay, all right, so would you please help me move to the next? Yeah, so I remember in the old days, I'm old by the way. So in the old days, we had many devices in our classroom, and every single one was dedicated for doing something specific, right? Like a set player, a video recorder, things like that. But now, so when we think about the old days, our use of technology is like this, pretty limited and also specific. We struggled a lot with facilities and technical support at that time, because if you have a problem with your player in class, you will have to call someone to fix it, right? You will not be able to fix it yourself. And usually the use of technology is only for fulfilling standard requirements, because you are required to use technology in class. And the next one is, it is prescriptive learning in terms of purpose. So everyone gets the same treatment. One fits all. That's recipe. And usually it's on the side, so like side dish. Yeah, used as supplements. All right. So when computer comes, these pictures were actually generated by AI. So I didn't make the image myself. As you can take a look, they look slightly off, right? Strange pictures. But then I'm just trying to get an idea here. Once everything is put together into one device, which is smartphones or computers, then the game changes, right? Now, technology and ELT today is not supposed to be used like in the old days. They're supposed to stimulate innovation and creativity. And when talking about technology today, we are talking about personalization and learning management. Not one for all, but one, not free for all, right? One for one, right? Depending on your needs, depending on who you are. So we can customize that and personalize that to your situation. And today, technology is used for, helping you learn something as your tutor, as your partner, and as a tool for creating something. Okay, so I will give up on this. I'm not going to use it. I think it's a bit too far. Can you help me press it up? Okay, click. Oh, no. Go, click. Yes. What do you see? ChatGPT, Character AI, Google Gemini. Click once again. ChatGPT. We have AI browser, and then if you click again, ChatGPT. So, whoops, okay. Right, this is what happens if you don't have a fully functioning clicker. Right, but take a look at the position of my boxes there. Can you click once again? Right, monthly active users. ChatGPT number 9. Character AI, total span on using that particular app, 5. And then Gemini, 2 for downloads. And ChatGPT number 10 for downloads. But take a look at the dates. This is reading comprehension now. What do you see? That's October 2024. Okay, if we move to the next slide, you will see that this is now February 2025. Please click once again. Now, where is ChatGPT on the monthly active users? It's up there at number 3. Scary, scary. How many months are we talking about? Less than half a year. And today, click, okay. And Gemini and other things, more things appear on that statistics, right? Pretty scary. And take a look at that. Which age demographics are you? The students will probably be that one, right? Scary. 35.5% of you, females, actually use ChatGPT. 38.4 males use ChatGPT, right? And in terms of the breakdown in terms of countries, now take a look at the countries that use ChatGPT. United Arab Emirates, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, luckily Indonesia is not there yet. Not yet, but soon we will be there. Okay, take a look at the big countries, right? Okay, next. And in terms of the most common ways that we use generative AI for, that's for answering questions. Why do you have to ask questions to Gen AI? Why can't you ask your neighbor or your mom or your friend, right? So all of those things are practically things that you can do on your own, right? But, well, we rely on AI today. And take a look at teaching. We use a lot of generative AI in teaching, and we will use it more often in the future. Yeah, so the 3 graphs that I showed you earlier, those are from 2024. If we are doing this again, I tried to find the 2025 version. I couldn't find it yet. It's not being released yet, but we will see something more, well, surprising probably. Yeah, okay, let's go to the next one. Now, take a look at this. In terms of money spent, just for creating and using Gen AI, generative AI, that's a lot of money. We are talking about reaching $200 billion, not even rupiahs, right? That's a lot of money. All right, so this is the reality. But, okay, don't click it yet, not yet, okay. Right, in terms of what we experience today, do you see equality in terms of device? What device do you have? If I ask that and I ask another person, what device do you have? You have different devices, right? With different capabilities. Okay, what about connectivity? Is your internet faster than mine? Okay, in terms of the use, how well you can use technology or AI, how literate are you? Are you more literate than me? Am I literate enough? Okay, if I'm in trouble, for example, for plagiarizing, do I have any support? If I cannot use it effectively or efficiently, do I have enough support from my institution, from my colleagues, from other people to help me work this out? We don't know, right? Okay, so if you click that, we are actually facing what is still called digital divide. Go on to the next page. Digital divide. Okay, once again, please. Yeah, right. So the term digital divide is about inequality, yeah, unequal access to digital technology. But this is quite old, right? In 2007, the problem was that. The problem was access. But when we move to the next slide, we will be able to see that in 2019, it's not just about access to devices. Effective use is there. So literacy is important. And then social envelope, support from your surrounding is also important, right? And today, if I want to fix this, and you click on that, we have problems with ethical use. Okay, so let's run to the next. Let's see what kind of culture we have when it comes to using digital technology and AI. All right, I'm going to bring you here a study that we conducted at Universitas Negeri Malang. So the title of the study is EFL Postgraduate Students Adoption and Experiences of Chatbot-Assisted Academic Writing. Who here who doesn't use any type of AI when they write? Raise your hand. Okay, right. We have one. I use it. So these are a picture from our students, postgraduate students. See the one that I put in the box there. How often do you use chatbots as a writing assistant in academic writing? Often and always. Those are the percentage, 64 and 8. 8% always use. This is only from one class. Okay, so pretty scary. If you would like to move it to the next page, please. Right, and these are all of the type of AI used by students. Lots. You may want to take a picture of this. You may want to use them later. Right, but responsibly, yeah? We use ChatGPT, Quillbot, Grammarly, Site AI, Perplexity, Gemini, Windows Copilot, Google Assistant, Google Translate, IBM Watson Assistant, and UDictionary. I don't know why they used UDictionary. But But anyway, they mention it. Now, AI tools used by respondents in this research, 25 students in total. Take a look at the category. High in every single stage of writing. So, Bapak Ibu, dosen, be very careful. This is the reality of our life today. And students, we know that you have this culture today. Now, as a teacher, what are my real concerns now? The first one, distraction. Professor Dormer earlier said that she went back to pen and paper, right? And when students work on pen and paper, they're actually more focused. They concentrate better because technology is a distraction, right? And we agree with that. And next one, overuse and over-reliance. Looking at the statistics, we get really worried. Our students use this too often, and they develop over-reliance. Whenever they do not open it, they are not confident, right? You're not confident. You want to like, oh, let's check ChatGPT, okay? So ChatGPT is more powerful than your own judgment. Accuracy, we know that AI, whatever version it is, won't give you accurate answers. They hallucinate most of the, well, not most of the time. These days, they are quite good actually. So equity, we went back to the, everybody's different. And now, AI, if you go to any AI, there is going to be paid version, free version, right? Those who will use, who can only use the free version will be deprived of something that are only available in the paid version, right? They will not be able to, for example, customize their AI. And the last problem is ethics. When it comes to my students now, I know that most of them use AI. How do I score them? How do I mark them? All right? So if you click on this, these fears are valid. As a lecturer, I'm scared. Are you? As students, are you scared? I assume that there are students in this room. Are you scared? Yeah, scared of being caught probably by your lecturers, right? Okay, so these fears are, right. Now, I want you to think, work with me, and raise your hand, right? When thinking about digital technology and AI and ELT, what comes to your mind? Do you think it helps you? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay, not many see AI as a helper. What about a threat? Some of you, okay. Only one, I can only see one hand. Oh, two hands. Yeah. Innovator? No? Who's the innovator? Are you sure? If you ask for ideas, when we ask for ideas, do you go to ChatGPT to brainstorm? Yeah, probably yes. Okay. Is it not real? Okay, it's not real. By the way, it's not real. It's real when you make it real. Is it your partner? Yes, okay. In many different contexts. Some people get too far when it comes to partnering with Gen AI. Disruptor. Do you think it disrupts you? Sometimes, yeah. Okay, disruptor. Okay, let's coach. Coach, is it your coach? Do you trust it? No, it's not your coach. Do you feel that you're cheating when you use it? Okay, we have a no, a very loud one from the back. Yes, is it guiding you in doing something? Yeah, yeah, let's be honest. Let's be honest, let's go. Let's go, we still have some more. Assistant, is it assisting you? Okay, let's go on. Is it a challenge for you? Why? Why is it challenging? Because you don't know how to develop a good prompt, to write a good prompt, right? Okay, come to me, I will let you know how to. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, is it the future? Yes, we don't know. Is it a shortcut for some people? Oh, yes. Yeah, if you want to do your assignment, my assignment as a teacher, and I have to teach something new, the following day I go to ChatGPT. Yeah, a tool? Yeah, okay. For every one of us, a tool. Collaborator. Yeah. Yes, sometimes, yeah. Is it a trend only? Something that is here today but will fade away in a few years? Not really. We don't know. We don't know. Okay. Is it your colleague? In a way, yeah. For some people, is it a new opportunity for you? Does it give you new opportunities when you use ChatGPT? Yes, opportunities to get better grades, better possibilities to get published. Oh yeah, people use that. And enemy, is it your enemy now? Sometimes, yeah. When it acts as a distractor. All right, so I'm doing this so that you are not falling asleep. Okay, let's go. Because now we need to listen to this for a while. So if we have the speaker on there, this is quite interesting. So I found this on the internet. Okay, so if you cannot play it, it's okay. I'm going to describe it. So in China, oh, you can. So students were given a device, right? And the device on their head actually reads their brain. Yeah. It will give you data about your concentration level. And that data is actually collected. Right, it has enabled, okay, right. Let's wait till it goes back to the class. So this is happening everywhere, and they use AI everywhere. At this level, it's a bit scary, yeah? It's actually, it's fun. This one is okay, this one is fun. But when you have to carry that device and the students' clothes or uniform, they contain chips. So you cannot do anything but, attend school and concentrate. Because if you daydream for a few seconds, it will be recorded. It will be sent to the teacher and then it will be reported to your parents. Scary, right? Wait, so this is an extreme end. If you go to the next slide, please. This is in Finland. They're actually doing the other way around. Starting from last year, they can only bring books. No gadgets, nothing. They go cold turkey. What is that? Cold turkey. Right. So why? Go to the next slide. Where are we? Are you in that continuum? No tech, low tech, no AI at all, like Finland? Or you go this way, high tech with AI? High tech with AI? Where are you? Yeah, if you want to, we're probably in between these two extreme, continuum, but we don't know towards which end you are actually being pulled. Now, let's go to the next one. If students use AI, lecturers also use AI. And when we use AI, those are the 5 things that may happen to us. Not only teachers, but also students. Techno overload. There are too many things out there. You don't know which one to choose, right? There's always new thing coming. You get scared, you get anxious because of this. Techno invasion, it's everywhere, at work, at home, on the street, everywhere. It's invading your life. It's on your computer, your laptop. And you bring your cell phone everywhere, right? Even to the restroom. Techno complexity, what is it? What is techno complexity? Sometimes we don't know how to deal with it, right? It's too difficult to operate, to learn. And we go to the next one. Techno insecurity. You become insecure. Like, am I cleverer than ChatGPT? Are you sure? But why do you ask advices from ChatGPT if you are cleverer than ChatGPT? Will ChatGPT or robots replace me in the years to come? And the next one, this is techno uncertainty. Every day you get updates. This now can do this. What version is ChatGPT now? 5.1. Yeah, 5.1. It started with 3 and 3.5, right? In just 3 years, 5.1. And you have to learn and relearn. Is technology burning you, burning us, teachers? Burning, not only tiring you, but also burning our brain, probably. Right, let's go. So, I'm going to show you, this may not be real, but this can be real in the era of AI. A day in the life of a lecturer with AI. Let's give it a click. What happened in the morning? Oh, I want to write an email, to someone. I don't know how to write it now. Let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, I want to write email, and then it will, draft the email for you. You copy it, paste it, done in 1 second. Okay, let's go to the next one. Midday. Oh, I need to teach, so I need to prepare my classes, right? I don't want to create quizzes for my students. I do it with AI. Let's go on. We do this over and over again. Oh, I need to mark essays. I don't want to read the whole essay though. Put it in ChatGPT and then, 90. Give it a rubric, it's done. In the evening, because I'm a lecturer, I have the pressure of researching, right? AI helped me to analyze literature, analyze my data and help me with the literature review and also help me with my writing. See, every day, this may be part of your life as lecturers and teachers and students, right? Who says that this is not your life? Not to the extreme, probably. Yeah? Okay, let's go. Now, technostress is very important to study. And technostress is actually a discomfort and negative emotion experienced by us, teachers and lecturers, due to the challenge of integrating technology into their teaching practices. So we are stressful. And this is for another study that we conducted in relation to technostress. So we took samples from 34 English teachers teaching at various formal education levels in Indonesia, and they ranked 2 of those things as the key factors that trigger their technostress. The first one is frequent technology changes because it's so rapidly developing, right? You get scared of that, and insufficient training. You don't know how to deal with it. Okay, if you go to the next slide, it will show you that those factors result in some problems. You are anxious and stressed, and it actually impacts your teaching, which is very bad because we don't want that to happen. Now, take a look at this one. The left one is the factors, right? The right one, the results. And you need to click that 4 times. Okay, those are the factors that I mentioned in my previous 2 graphs. Give it a click. What do you see? In this research, the cause becomes the results, so on and so forth. So this is the recurring problem that cannot be solved. Okay, let's go to the next one. But our teachers, they are powerful people. They come up with coping strategies, right? These are the coping strategies that they mention in our interviews. Training, they went on many trainings that would probably stress them out more, right? Because they have to learn more things. Boundaries, some people choose to say that, no, this is work, this is me, this is life, and I'm putting boundaries between those things so that I'm not stressed. I don't want to be stressed. They seek support from other people, other colleagues, and other people. And they do self-care, which has nothing to do with using AI, okay? Going on meditation and those sort of things. Okay, go on to the next one. But do the right strategies that the teachers picked actually fix the real problems? The real problems? No. We did a correlation analysis on the data. The stress factor and stress effect, yes, they correlate moderately. But then when it comes to coping strategies, no correlation at all. Okay, go on to the next one. What does it mean? We are just trying to avoid it. You're not solving it. There are bigger things around us. Yeah? Okay, let's go on. So, if you're stressful, why do you want to use it? It's bad for us. Bad for your health, bad for your work performance, right? But why do we keep on using it? Because it's part of our culture. Okay, we should blame this guy. Do you know this guy, Alan Turing? Yeah? Okay, what does Turing, or what did Turing do in the past? So this is the start of everything, and we have to know why. The Turing test checks whether a machine can imitate human conversation so well that a person cannot tell it apart from a human. Is this the same thing that you're doing today? You go, check your students' work. You're trying to believe whether it's human or is it AI? Are we doing the same thing? Yeah, we should blame him for everything, right? So this is just a joke, just to lighten things up. The good news, John, do you see the joke in this? Let me know. Good news, John. The good news, John, is that the computers passed the Turing test. The bad news is that you haven't. It's supposed to be funny. Please laugh. Okay. This is supposed to be funny because in the beginning, we were trying to differentiate between human and computer. But now, whatever we do, we are trying to prove whether you're human or computer. Right, let's go to the next one. Now, out of curiosity, I asked ChatGPT, will you pass the Turing test, ChatGPT? And if you have ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, you can ask the same question. This is his answer. I don't know why I call it his. It answer. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, and it depends on the situation and evaluator and the criteria. So, judging from this answer, what do you know about ChatGPT? ChatGPT is indecisive. It doesn't really tell you whether something is right or wrong. It doesn't show you its stand. Okay, let's go on. And then I give it another try. ChatGPT gave me these answers. It's trying to give me like a very, very long answers that confuses me even more. Right? Now, do you trust Gen AI and ChatGPT? You can take a photo of this and think about it later. Right, so the point that why did I show the Turing test earlier? Because of this. It started from that. And this is 3/4 of a century ago. Alan Turing made our lives difficult. No, don't say that to anyone. Yeah? So if we go on from the 1950s to the 1980s, these are all the development of what we know today. It started 1950s, long time ago, huh? And probably some of your parents weren't even born. Okay, go on. So the early language model, natural language processing, emergence of chatbots. So chatbot started in 1990s. Only in 2000 that we get an integration of many things. The internet was still in its early version. And in 2020, well, now we have what you know as GPT. Yeah, or generative pre-surface transformer. Not ChatGPT, yeah. ChatGPT is the name of a product. Okay, let's go on. Now, so I went through some two review papers, just to make a point. Why are we doing this? We know that this is not good to us, right? But when we take a look at publications in terms of review of publication on AI in language education, the results are actually very positive. And that's why we keep on using this. So I choose two studies. One is in 2023, and the other one is much recent in 2025. And if you can see there, those are the number of publication which were reviewed in these two publications. Okay, focusing on the first publication, what do you see there? It makes writing more automated. We have intelligent tutoring systems. So automation is a big thing. Personalization is a big thing. Mediation as well. And when we come to the focus, the language focus, take a look at that. Writing, reading, pronunciation or speech training, vocabulary, and we also go into the affective state. It's motivating our students if they are able to use technology and AI. Now, the more recent one, take a look. Do you see any differences? Language skills, still the same, right? But do you see something in green? Yes. Now, we can see more models being researched with the same results. So if I may summarize everything into one, we have all of those 4 sections. Yeah, so AI helps us with assessment and affective, not effective yet, affective AI, affective. And then personalize our learning, also automating it. It can become our tutor, and generative AI can understand, process, and also produce human language content. So I am at the continuum, which is quite different from Professor Dormer earlier. She stands in the continuum of human, right? I'm actually staying somewhere in the middle. I want it to be high-tech, but also human. Okay, that's why we are going on this journey. Right, when thinking about the use of AI from those 2 review papers, I can conclude 5 things. The domains, dimensions of AI that we focus on are the types, and then the roles. We are going to talk about the roles, and automation, those are the functions, the focus of the language, and the last one is the impact of AI. So later on, if you want to do research on AI, probably you want to contribute to this, what we already know about all of the dimensions of AI that can make language learning more efficient. Yeah. All right. So, but thinking about language teaching and learning, there are some things that we can delegate to AI. But there are also instances in which we only ask AI to assist us. Yeah, so for example, in a writing class, which one? In a writing class, assist, don't delegate. If you go to delegate, you're wrong, you're on the wrong, okay? So pay attention to the situation, for what purpose? Because sometimes our students come to us and tell us this, lecturers, Bapak Ibu, how come that you can use AI but we cannot? How would you answer that? Okay, so you should be able to answer that, okay, sometimes I delegate my task to AI and sometimes AI only assists me in doing those jobs. Okay, so we are going to go through 3 roles, important roles. The first one, AI as a tool, AI as a tutor, and AI as a partner. So I'm going to keep it simple for today. Okay, let's go on. Do you know this? Are you familiar with this? Can you read it? Is it big enough? Okay, luckily it's big enough. So make me a short story inspired by the 3 little pigs. Make it relevant to today's context and give it a short, fun title. Make it easy enough for A2 CEFR English language learners at the junior high school level in Indonesia. Okay, so it generates something. Which role of AI are we talking about? Okay, so I like to test my students because this is close to lunchtime, right? I showed you 3 different tools, 3 different roles of AI earlier, right? Do you still remember them? What are they? Tools, tutor, and partner. So which one is it? When I use it like this, what is the role of AI? As a tool. As a tool to create content for me Is it good? We don't know. We have to go take a look at it and decide from human perspective. And that's how you humanize it. Yeah, humanize the use of AI. If you go through the first sentence, for example, once upon a time, there were 3 brothers who loved playing online games. Their names were Adi, Budi, and Chico. Is that at A2 level? If you're down, it may be too difficult for A2 level, huh? Right? Okay, so human teachers and students will need to take a look at this before taking the content per se. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let me give you an example. What is this? So I took it to another level now. Make an image representing the story that I just created earlier. So what role of AI is this? What's the role of AI? If you give it this prompt. As a? Only 3, come on, help me out. Tools, yes, because still you're using it as a content production tool, yeah? Again, to create content. Let's go to the next one. What about this one? Have you ever seen something like this? So you can go home later on and play around with this. So this is not ChatGPT, this is Gemini. Yeah, Gemini gets gets stronger and stronger these days. So if you, right, you can scan it if you want. Okay, if you don't want to scan it, let's go to the next page. I will show you what it looks like. Okay, please click on the, yeah, okay. It actually generates a storybook for you. Yeah, and just like that. But the story itself, you have to take a look at it and decide whether it's of the right level, of the right relevance in terms of culture. You know, there may be things that ChatGPT cannot see because we are from a certain culture. Things may be not acceptable in our culture and still it's there, right? Okay, let's go on. So what is this? Again, as a tool to create content. And we've been using it like this again and again and again, and only for this. But Gen AI is a lot more powerful. This is another one. So if you go to, this is another example. Let's go. Right. What about this one? Please click it. Ooh. Okay. This is the prompt that I gave to my ChatGPT. Act as my language teacher. Teach me the stages of making a summary of a story. Guide me to do the task in 5 simple steps. Do not give me all the steps. ChatGPT, if you do not, or any generative AI, if you do not give the right prompt, they will give you the answer of everything. Yeah. But once you treat it as a, so please click on this. This is the use of AI as a language tutor. You want it to tutor you, not to tell you how to make a summary, but to help you to go through the different stages of making summary. So at the end of the day, you know how to make summary. Not you have a summary, but you know how to make summary. Okay, so this is another way that you can go through to make it humanized. This is another example developed by a friend of mine. So this is a literature circle coach. Yeah. So the customized AI is not going to give you answers, but it's going to act as your tutor or your coach. Have you ever tried something like this? Probably not. Okay. So let's go on to the next one. Now, let's go to an area in which this area is not for everyone. This is the area of robot-assisted language learning. But do you see where my arrows go to? Can anyone mention? We have tool, tutor, assistant, peer, companion, partner, assistant, so on and so forth. Now, if you go to the next page, this will make more sense. Okay, the different types of robots now are developed not as a tool, not as a tutor, but as companion. Okay, and this is the reason why I want to introduce the last role. The last role, and this is from, can you click it once again? Ooh. Okay. Tega, okay, tiga. You read it as tiga. Tiga. Click it, please. Right, this is from Raul. So if any of you are interested in pursuing higher degree education, you may want to go to this area. And that's me becoming a robot. Okay, let's go next. Now okay, let's go on. So read my instruction now. I want you to act as my interviewer. This is good for many people. If you want to apply for LPDP, for example, you know, you can use ChatGPT or any Gen AI to help you with the interview. They can be your interviewer. Yeah, so in this particular task, I asked it to be my interviewer. I will be the candidate and you will ask me interview questions for an English teacher position in a private international senior high school in Indonesia. Give it a really clear context. Okay, I would like you to only reply as an interviewer. Do not tell me what questions. No, give me the questions. And if you go to the latest version, you can even talk to it. It can ask you the questions orally. Okay, so use it for this. What role is this? As a partner, as a buddy. Okay, as a partner. Go on. For younger learners, junior high school students, you are my friendly English language game buddy who helps me practice vocabulary through fun guessing games. Create a guessing game with 10 clues about animals. Give me 1 clue at a time. So you give a very specific prompt, and that's what you come up with. Yay, let's play another fun guessing game together. Okay, I'll give you 1 clue at a time, and you'll try to guess the animal. Take your time. I'm cheering for you. Okay, clue 1. I'm a very tall animal with a long neck. Giraffe, right. But you can give it any answer and it will respond. It will give you, no, it's not that. Giraffe doesn't have this, right? So, if you use this is as a game opponent. If you have no one to play with, you can play with Gen AI while learning language. Okay, the next one. Let's try a different game. This is a different game. So, who am I? What role am I giving AI as my learning buddy? Because this is not just playing a game. This is like doing practice like what they do in class, right? Fill in the blanks. Okay, so they are your learning buddy. Right, so let's go here. Am I running out of time, Papa? Oh, 5 more minutes. Okay, right. Okay, these are just a summary of what I've presented to you earlier. Gen AI, give it a role. Okay, it will not function without that. It will not function optimally without that. Give it a role as a tool so that you can build exercises, you can create text, content, and things like that. And then give it a role as tutor. It will help you out with grammar correction. And this is like that boundary that you set. Yeah. Partner, for example, partner discussion partner, a conversation partner, role play partner, or game player playing partner. Any of those roles. All right, so once again, we talk about giving AI roles as a tool for performing tasks, but don't use it too often, okay? And don't use it when you need to submit something. And a tutor and a partner. All right, let's go on. Tell me when I'm keeping learning human. Actually, I still have a lot of things. When working, no, I don't. Okay, so when working with technology, there are some actors in this play, right? So we have teacher, learner, and technology, and also the context is learning activity. If you see this as a collaboration, like Professor Dormer earlier, she was talking about collaboration between people, right? But today you also can collaborate with people and technology. Okay, if you go on to make it a collective process so that you can reach a common goal. The goal is for us, for example, language learners, to master the language that we learn. For language lecturers or teachers, what are your goals? To publish, for example. Yeah, AI can help you with that, but AI is not supposed to be the one making you the publication. Okay, there are differences in that. So once again, I want to highlight these important roles. Teachers, learners, and technology should be given their appropriate roles. Yeah, and everyone can actually play all of those roles, not only teachers. In the past, we focused on teachers being the stage on the stage, right? You want to ask me, you want to know something? Ask me questions. The teacher is the owner of knowledge. No longer that. Learners are also owner of knowledge. Technology also can present you with knowledge. Yeah. So what I want you to go home with is actually a different understanding of AI. Work with AI, collaborate with AI. So significance of technology integration, is it important now? We know that it's making us stressful, making our work performance not better, but worse actually. Yeah, but why do we keep on doing it? Because there is something there that still needs to be uncovered. Yeah, all of those things are mentioned there. So enhance instructional efficiency, assess language teaching and learning resources. You can create text. In the past, if you have no one, then you cannot learn. But now you have something to learn with, right? So more opportunities. However, we need to consider lots of things as well. Access and equity, technological and information overload. This is very important because in one keynote presentation about a month ago, I went to this presentation and the person said something about cognitive offloading. Do you know what cognitive offloading is? You don't want it to be there, so you're offloading it. So this is similar to if you are forgetful and you want to go shopping, what do you do? What do you usually do? Write a shopping list, right? You go to the shop with the list, you go there, and then you go home. If you keep on doing that, what will happen to your memory? You will not be able to do it anymore, right? You will lose it because our brain needs exercise. And if you offload that exercise to something, you are losing the skill. And that is the most scary thing that can happen to us because we may not be able to act as human anymore because we do not have the skill to do human things and human thinking. Okay, right. So when we make our choices carefully, whether it's which technology, why we are using it, for whom, when, how, those are the basic questions that we use whenever we want to use technology. Learning becomes not only digital but meaningful and also equitable and human. So later on, go back home and think about me, not my face, but think about the 3 things that I introduced to you today. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, okay, so it has been always intriguing to listen to the talk of Dr. Yvonne, right, as always. Again, thank you very much for sharing with us very important data, and I just keep on my notes that most of the ChatGPT AIs are aged between 16 to 24 years old, and they are my undergrad students. Thank you. So in the past, I think that my treasure was a Chris, but now my treasure is AI, right, thank you. So, Dr. Yvonne, we're going to have a Q&A session.
Yes.
And to begin with, I would like to prompt with my own question first.
Okay.
Then later we
make it
move
easy,
forward. Thank you.
Okay.
So, you have extensive experience overseas to talk about AI-assisted language learning, right? So how do you compare the practices of AI-assisted language learning in Indonesia with a more developed country like Singapore? Because the problems of Indonesia is that most of our learners do not have a high standard of literacy in terms of technology used in language learning. But compared to Singapore or Malaysian context, they do have their own standard of literacy in language learning. So based on your extensive experiences, how do you compare these 2 or 3 countries? Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, that's the first thing is that we start with different literacy level. And the second one is that we don't have the policy and guidelines, we Indonesian. There was actually one guideline developed by the Ministry of Education, and I don't remember the year, I think it was last year, but guidelines for using AI in higher education. But when I read that guidelines, it's not a guideline. It was like, what type of AI are available, you know, how you use it, but it's not really a guideline, so we don't know. As users of AI, sometimes we don't know the boundary between this is allowed, this is not allowed. And when our students use AI, it may be because not because they are cunning, okay? But perhaps because they don't know. Yes, that's the problem of Indonesia. We do not have the policy. And when it comes to training, literacy, AI literacy or technology literacy, everything is done sporadically. Like you do it today and then another person will do it, another one the next week. But it's not a continuous thing that you learn from childhood. And I believe that in more developed countries like Singapore, they teach, and China, they teach coding from elementary school level. Yeah, coding. So they don't know the basic of things. We don't know. We just know things as a user. And that's why it's dangerous, because as users, just let me give you an example. Everyone knows this is for writing, right? But for someone who doesn't know, this can be used as a weapon, right? So AI is something like that. You know AI as something, it will depend on how literate you are in terms of AI, what you know about it, what you know of what it can do, and the consequences as well.
Thank you very much. It depends on how literate we are on using AI, right? Well, I think it's a very interesting topic, talking about AI in language learning context, right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my time to invite you to address some questions to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Yvonne. 3 questions from offline participants and 3 questions from online participants on Zoom. So please, participants, raise your hand, mention your name and affiliation. Thank you. Okay, so we have one participant, Dr. Zulfikri. So he is our faculty member. So committee, could you please help with the microphone?
Please only ask easy questions, Pak.
So in conclusion, Indonesia doesn't have a concrete policy for AI use in language learning. No policy, no rules. Very interesting, right?
And
Please.
sorry, can I add something?
Sure, sure.
And if you check universities in Indonesia, those who actually list policies of AI use, if I'm not mistaken, last year there were only 2 universities.
What universities?
I don't remember, but only 2 universities in Indonesia.
Among around 4,000 something universities?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very interesting.
How scary is that?
Thank you, thank you. Please, Dr. Zul.
Okay, thanks a lot. Ibu Yvonne, I think I'm interested in your presentation. I think it's very inspiring topic, very thoughtful topic, I think. After attending today's seminar, today's conference, I found that the use of AI is really promising, yeah. And I've just read many articles concerning the use of AI and its impact on language learning. There are so many articles that are aligned with the development in language learning, or I mean that advocate the advantages. For example, the increased motivation, learning autonomy is getting better, for example, and also the learner's agency is also getting better. So many important components in language learning are well improved. But on the other hand, in my reality, when I teach my students, I'm really so sad when my students use AI. Really. Like for a week ago, I was very surprised. I received email from the editor of journal that my student work that I assume is very good writing, very neat, well written, and it was declined and said that, I'm sorry, I declined your journal because my indication, we indicate that there is strong use of AI in your works, and it doesn't contribute to the intellectuality of human. So in this case here, I think that the student in Indonesia today often rely on this kind of use. They are kind of what we call, they don't want to be creative or just copy paste, for example, from the AI, and then and they do not want to learn as a process. Just they want a product, the instant product. So. Based on your explanation then, I ask, so where should the student position themselves and where should they position AI in their learning, whether as a tool, as a partners, or as mentor, for example? So thanks for the...
Okay, it's clear enough for you to
Right,
answer,
yes, so
please.
thank you very much, Pak Zul. Okay, when it comes to language learning, there are three things which are involved: input, interaction, output, right? So in creating input, I think it's okay to use AI because some of us do not have access to input. Yeah, but with caution, because imagine if you weren't talking to me, okay, let's not use our context here. I was in a meeting with Singaporean people. Everyone in the meeting was Singaporean. So Singaporean speaks Singlish. Different from us. But after a 2-hour meeting, I left the meeting slightly with Singaporean accent. Okay, what does it mean? Human imitates others, right? So if we keep on using input developed by AI, we will probably produce language which is close to AI language. Because what comes in and interact with us will come back as a return, right? So that's my answer. And where should our students stand? That's a difficult question. Today, we only deal with things pragmatically. Like in your example, you send an article to a publisher and then the article is declined because it's 90% AI generated articles, right? It happens to everyone. You're not the only one. Yeah, I've received several from publishers coming from my students' work. So this is an issue to us all, but we can only solve the issue when we have clear regulation of everything. So some universities start with acknowledgement, and some publishers, journal publishers also ask us to sign something, right? You should acknowledge whenever you use AI. That's the basic rule. So if earlier I said that the images in my presentations are all AI generated, yes, I'm acknowledging it. Yeah, so the same with publication later on, then we may have to acknowledge that AI helped me at this stage of my writing. That will somehow help us, yeah. But if the result is like 90% or 100% AI generated, then that's a big problem. No, you have to rewrite it and make it your own at least. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yvonne, for very insightful talk, right? And Dr. Zulfikri, it is okay to use AI for language input, right? Thank you. We have one participant from online mode, Ibu Desi Purwaningsih. Ibu Desi, hello, are you there? Would you like to speak? So, committee, please help highlighting Ibu Desi Purwaningsih to address a question to Dr. Yvonne. Please.
Hello.
Okay, committee, please.
So, Bu Desi,
Okay, here she is.
I'm so sorry I can't open my video. Is it okay?
yes, it is okay. We can hear you.
Please go on.
I'm Desi from Banjarmasin. I'd like to ask, what AI do you use most often and why? Because I'm so curious about the AI you usually use. Thank you.
She's very curious on what types of AI do you often use and why you use that AI.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
I use ChatGPT a lot because I teach technology in ELT and everything to do with technology. So I have to learn AI, all sorts of technology basically, not just AI, because I have to teach those courses. Yeah, so, and I have to teach my students how to develop lesson plans, how to develop texts for teaching, and it helps me a bit with brainstorming. Yeah, but mostly I use ChatGPT and Gemini. Gemini is new for me. I learned it for about 3 weeks. Yeah, for about 3 weeks. Because I'm interested in developing apps using ChatGPT.
All right, thank you. So, Ibu Desi, it depends on you in which types of AI would you like to use for teaching and learning process. And I'd like to say that I always take my pride to introduce you and your works to my undergrad students when they are working on language and technology related issues for thesis. More question, please, for offline participants? Oh, yes. Oh, we have two. Thank you. Please, committee, could you help with the microphone? Okay, please wait a minute.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Iza and I'm from Unisma. My question, how can teachers maintain meaningful and human-centered learning while using digital tools? Thank you.
Meaningful learning. Sorry.
Could you repeat your question?
Could you repeat the question again?
It didn't sound very clearly here.
How can teachers maintain meaningful and human-centered learning while using digital tools?
Okay, right. So how can we keep learning meaningful and human? Okay, some of the ways are presented by Professor Dormer earlier. Yeah, by interacting with people. And also, when it comes to meaningfulness, it means that it is relevant to us. So it doesn't have to be in the context of AI. It can be in the context of many things. But using AI itself, I think, it gives contextualization to learning. Because our students use AI. AI is part of their lives. And so using it and teaching them how to use it well, and responsibly and then ethically, it's actually part of contextual learning. So we don't have to go far.
So the keyword is interactions between teacher and AI, right?
Teacher and AI, student and AI, student and
AI.
students via AI, students and teacher via AI.
Right, great, thank you. Next, please, committee.
Easy question, Pak. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a fresh student. It will be easy. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Khaironi again. My question is, one of the rising issues when we use AI is actually anxiety. So when we often use AI, realize it or not, we create anxiety in ourselves. We don't believe our capacity, we don't believe our knowledge, and so on and so forth. For example, when we have problem and we uncertain with the answer that we have, so we ask AI to validate our answers. I would like to imagine about the future. If we use it for a long time, so what kind of generation that will emerge and appear in the future when all generations are creating their anxiety by not believing by themselves? Thank you.
Very good question.
It is a very good question. I don't know. That's my answer is I don't know what kind of people we will create in the future. Because just imagine if our doctors who are now learning to be or trained to be doctors learn things using AI, will you go to their practice? That's a good question, right? Will you go? Well, I will still go because in the future, most doctors will be like that. Yeah, but I will pick a doctor who can responsibly use it, who's not losing their skills, human skills. It doesn't matter if you check, the name of drugs or whatever, but when it comes to more human things like empathy, like support and things like that, AI will not be able to teach our doctors that. Yeah, so teachers as well. If our teachers today, well, this may be a little bit far from your question, but I want to tell you a story. This morning, I had a class. I had a really early class, like 7 in the morning. So if I look sleepy, it's because of that. But anyway, we had a practice teaching for about 15 minutes for each student. And one of my students couldn't even write on the board. He wrote something, but it was wrong. Like he kept on trying, but he couldn't get the spelling right. Okay, to me, as a teacher, it's a dangerous thing. But how can this happen? Our students are so used to using digital technology. They have autocorrect activated. Yeah, you're right. You are offloading that spelling skills. So you end up with someone who cannot spell. And if an English teacher cannot spell, you cannot write the right word on the board, then we have a problem.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Yvonne.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yvonne. If I may say, it depends on our literacy. So teachers and students, be techno-savvy and please improve your literacy in using AI later on. Again, thank you very much. We have been in the end of our sessions and unfortunately we cannot extend our talk, but later maybe we can have more discussion on this issue. Thank you, Dr. Yvonne. But before we close this session, I would like to invite our very own organizing committee president, Dr. Candidate Ika Hidayanti, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Yvonne. Please welcome. Please, Dr. Yvonne. Yes. And this is all our session today. Finally, I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we invite the headmaster of English Education Department, to Mr. Eko, and then for Mem Kurniasi to take position in the front of the stage to taking photos together. And for Miss Mira and Mr. Dodi, you can join with all the distinguished guests in here. Okay, be ready. For the photo session, I count in 3, 2, 1. Again in 3, 2, 1. Okay, you can give a terbang melesat pose. Okay, I count in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for all distinguished guests and for the keynote speaker in the final session. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our silent appreciation to all keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants who have joined us across these 2 inspiring days. Your presence and contribution have enriched the entire conference. Now we move to one of the most anticipated moment of today, announcement of the Best Paper Award. It is the time to announce the Best Paper Award of the 6th Icon ELT 2025. This award recognizes outstanding research quality, scholarly contribution, and excellence in presentation during this year's conference. To announce the recipients, we kindly invite Ibu Ika Hidayati MPD as chairperson of Icon ELT 2025. And please welcome to Ibu Ika Hadi MPD as chairperson of Icon ELT 2025.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's been afternoon, so good afternoon everyone. Okay, let me just greet our valuable and very amazing keynote speaker, Ibu Yvonne from Universitas Negeri Malang. Thank you for your coming. And we thank also to Ibu Mrs. Mira and also Pak Dodi for your coming. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so today we are very pleased to announce you an update regarding the manuscript submitted for review in this Icon ELT 20 and 25. Okay, from the wide range of high quality papers received by the team, there have been some 3 top best papers that we would like to inform you and announce you today. Those top 3 papers, let me just start from the 3rd best paper. Actually, it's already best, but we have the 3rd place, yeah? Okay, the 3rd best paper. I just want to make sure that the online audiences are ready for the Zoom. Okay, thank you. The 3rd best paper goes to the paper entitled, I've accepted that I have bipolar, the story of Rama, an English learner with bipolar disorder. The author, Wawan Setiawan from Universitas Singapura Bangsa, Karawang, Indonesia. Then let's come to the 2nd best paper entitled, Okay, please welcome Pak Wawan. The 2nd best paper entitled, Are We Overestimating Mobile Learning? Rethinking MALL Impact on ELT Students' Proficiency. The authors, Octavia Tri Sanggala Dewi, Nur Mukminatin, Francisca Maria Ibu, congratulate Ibu, and Ani Nunul Mulyani. Affiliation, Universitas Negeri Malang and Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya. Congratulations. And now coming up to the first and the top of the top. This goes to Modeling the Role of Canva in EFL Student Engagement and Writing Practices, a PLS-SAM approach. Written by Marsika Sepianda and Penny Kurnia Mutia. from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. Okay, we congratulate you for those valuable manuscripts that we have already targeted for Scopus Index journals. Okay, congratulations. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, we also invite the distinguished guest, head of English department, and also Vice Dean, and also the chairperson of ICANN ELT 2025 to give the certificate to all the best paper in ICANN ELT 2025. All the best paper also get the 3 voucher for the next ICANN ELT 50%. Again, discount 50% voucher for the next ICANN ELT. Okay, the next is best paper for Bu Yvonne. And then voucher discount 50% for the next ICANN ELT in 2026. Give applause for the best paper in today. Next, we have a photo session. Okay, all the best paper can take a position. So for the photo session, I count in. Okay, you be ready? Photo session in 3, 2, 1. Again, photo session in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for all the best paper in ICANN ELT 2025. Again, congratulations to all best paper winners. We kindly invite the awardees to remain for a short photo session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the closing remarks from Bapak Eko Surhartoyo as the head of the English Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Islam Malang. So we kindly invite Bapak Eko to deliver the closing speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon everyone. Honorable Vice Dean 1, Ibu Dr. Kurniasi MA, Honorable the Chief Committee of ICANN ELT 2025, Ibu Dr. Candidate Ika Hidayanti MPD, and then the respectable keynote and invited speakers of the 6th International Conference on English Language Teaching ICANN ELT 2025. We have Professor Dr. Andes Haji Junaidi MPD PhD from Universitas Islam Malang, Ibu Dr. Venita Dewi MA Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin Flinders University Australia, Dr. Clinton Sidibire Anyangu Rajamangala University Thailand, Dr. Jing Yinglin National Pingtung University Taiwan, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan University Science Malaysia, Ibu Jan Edward Dormer PhD from Tyler University USA, and then Ibu Francisca Maria Ivon, PhD from Universitas Negeri Malang. And then Bapak Dr. Misbah Fikrianto, MMMSI, Deputy Director of Administration, Syekil. Honorable, the conference committee, administrators, faculty members, teachers, researchers, students, and all the participants of the 6th ICON ELT 2025. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises are to Allah Subhanahu wa taala who has blessing us so that we can attend and watch the distinguished speakers and invited speaker and also presenters from yesterday to today. And may also salawat and salam also addressed to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness with the Islamic religion. Special thanks to our distinguished presenters, participants for attending this conference on the ELT in the digital era, bridging technology, culture, and pedagogy. Experts in the field have informed us how we as teachers, students, and researchers move beyond tool-driven approach and rethink pedagogy in the age of AI. And we have also learned how AI can be integrated into learning designs that promote creativity, critical thinking, and learner agency. We hope this conference has provided us with valuable insight and innovative fields and anticipating the digital era in the future in our teaching context. As English language teaching professionals, we are also responsible for staying up to date with the latest innovation learning technologies, and also we must also reflect on our experiences and practices as teacher researchers. In addition, we have to always remember our role where the educator role is not only as a passive user of technology, but as an intentional designer of learning experiences. For the students, also, AI shall not be positioned as a tool, but as a thinking partner, as what is stated by Professor Kabilan. By doing so, we can better understand the need of our students and develop effective teaching strategies that promote the language learning. And also, we encourage you to continue sharing your interests, talents with colleagues at your institution through the upcoming conference next year, ICON ELT 2026. By doing so, we can help to foster a community of English language teaching professionals who are committed to addressing the challenges in ELT in the digital ages. At last, I would love to express my gratitude to the publication partner, especially to Ibu Profesor Yusrina Kismullah Yusuf, the Editor-in-Chief of CLA Journal, Scopus Q1 Index Journal, Bapak Profesor Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Kabilan, Editor-in-Chief of Asia Pacific Journal of Educators and Education, Scopus Q3, Bapak Dr. M. Zaini Miftah, Editor-in-Chief of Jeffel Journal from UIN Palangkaraya, Dr. Vika Megawati, Editor-in-Chief JIS Journal, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Sinta 2 Journal, Ibu Dr. Dewi Nursuci, Editor-in-Chief of JILS from UIN Syekh Wasil Kediri, Bapak Firman Parlindungan PhD, Editor-in-Chief of e-Jailer Journal Sinta 3, and Bapak Dr. Taufikur Rahman, Editor-in-Chief of Abjadiyah Journal, and also the editorial team of Jeril Sinta 2 Journal. Once again, thank you for your participation in this conference. We hope that you have found it informative, engaging, inspiring. By reciting Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, I officially close the 6th ICON ELT 2025. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. We cordially also invite you for the upcoming Icon ELT 2026. Akhirul kalam, wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Eko, as the closing remarks for today's agenda. So before we end our agenda, next we have a souvenir from the Sikil to English Department of Faculty of Teacher Training Education. So we invite Mr. Eko as the headmaster of English Education Department and also Bapak Ridwan to give the souvenir from the Sikil to English Department. And thank you very much for the Sikil and give it a applause for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the closing ceremony of the 6th International Conference on English Language Teaching or ICON ELT 2025. Let's us give more warm round of applause for all speakers, moderators, presenters, participants, and everyone involved making this conference success. With the gratitude and appreciation, ICON ELT 2025 officially closed. Thank you for attending. I hope see you in ICON ELT 2026 and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Lihat nona makin gagah bikin kakak jadi suka. Dulu ada rambut kepala Oke, Bapak Ibu, for all the committee, please